Well, a very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston here on the BBC Sport website and app on your smart speaker and on BBC WM and BBC CWR, BBC Radio London as well on this final day of this Rothesay First Division match between Warwickshire and Surrey. A glorious day again here in Birmingham. Blue sky, sun out, genuinely warm again today. Surrey starting this morning on 369 for 9. That in reply to Warwickshire's first innings total of 665 for 5 declared. Ben Foakes 85 not out. Matt Fisher is 1 not out. It means that Surrey still trail by the small matter of 296. That follow-on target for Surrey is still a long way away, 516. Warwickshire very good with the ball yesterday and made life very hard for Surrey just by sticking to their plans. And Surrey with batters that got starts but nobody went on. And Dominic Sibley going for 64, Dan Lawrence for 43, Cameron Steele for 55. And then Shay Simmons last night bowled a fearsome spell from nowhere, really. Hadn't seen anything like that on a good batting pitch, and got Jordan Clark and Nathan Smith without scoring. Tom Laws was then out to Bo Webster. But as I say, Ben Foakes played very nicely for his 85 not out. Matt Fisher is 4 not out, 369 for 9. Clive Eakin is alongside. Good morning to you, Mr. Eakin.
Sorry, I was rattling me mic there.
That's all right. No, but yes, well, I think again today, sort of, the even money is probably on the draw, isn't it? But yeah, because it will be still very tough for Warwickshire to take the 11 wickets today. But they did a great job yesterday with the ball.
They did, although they still only got 8 wickets. So it just shows how hard it's going to be. But they're giving themselves a chance. That's for sure.
And I think from a Surrey point of view, they just have to bat all day, and if you wanted a surface in which to do that, as we've said throughout this game, this would be the surface.
Probably will have to bat pretty much all day, won't they? As Barnard comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-on, there's no run. Depending on what rate they score at, they might get ahead sometime, maybe in the final hour. There was the other scenario we talked about yesterday, of course. Alex Davis throwing the gauntlet down, but by actually not forcing the follow-on, batting for a short period and setting a target. I don't think he'll do that. Barnard comes into bowler Foakes, who plays that to mid-on. So these two just want to last as long as they can and make the second innings requirement shorter as possible.
It's interesting, is it? Because as we say, 11 wickets will be tough for Warwickshire here today, and we sort of that run chasing scenario might be the best way for Warwickshire to win it.
In comes Barnard, and it's driven by Foakes to mid-off. 3 balls of the over. Will Foakes try and get a single? All the fielders are in to save the one. They have been from the start of the over. They are compromising a little bit now for 4th ball by bringing the one fielder who was on the boundary just at back of square leg, Ollie Halland-Dolby, in. So there weren't that many spaces for singles before. There's even fewer now, but of course that does throw the prospect of being able to crash one through the inner field for 4. In comes Barnard to bowl, and that's off a bit of an inside edge, bounced a little bit, played to mid-wicket, no run. And I was going to do an update in about 20 seconds' time. Hoping they'll be hearing me.
Just talk a bit louder.
Yeah. So here we go shortly. And this is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston on another sunny day as Warwickshire try and pull off what would be a somewhat unlikely victory against Surrey. They bowl well in very favourable batting conditions, managed to take 8 wickets yesterday. They need to take 11 today if they're to win, and that's going to be a tall order, tall task, but they've given themselves a chance. Ben Foakes is still there. He's on 89. He's just hit the first boundary of the day. Surrey, though, still 292 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. They're 373 for 9. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. And I'll see the end of this over. Last ball, Barnard bowls, and that's played back to him. There's no run. I've got to bring Phil in now. So I've got a few things that I need to get on with.
A few technicals for Mr. Eakin to sort out this morning. Kevin Howes is here. He's not having any technicals. Mr. Howes away. No, nothing to do with Kevin Howes at all. In fact, his presence has focused our attention this morning. There were a few technicals at this time yesterday morning as well, but they all got sorted thanks to Mr. Eakin on his phone behind us. Phil Britt is here. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, everybody.
So, fingers crossed.
Yep.
You may be hearing us at some point in the very near future. Of course, hearing us on the live stream, but at the moment, just a few technicals getting all the right bits in all the right places. They're all there, just not necessarily in the right order at the moment. Now, this is good because it's going to be Shay Simmons, who bowled a very hostile spell last night and picked up the wickets of Jordan Clark and Nathan Smith and hit a couple of the Surrey batters on their crash helmet. So I think he'll go with the short stuff again. He was coming round the wicket last night. He's going to start over the wicket today.
I was a bit concerned at one stage yesterday afternoon with him. He went fielding a ball down on the boundary, chased round, and he was then limping for a while. But he obviously appeared okay.
It's a great ringtone. Clive Eakins, behind us. So, yes, I think also he's got to be a little bit careful, and I completely understood it yesterday, but just running straight down the middle of the pitch as well. As in over the wicket he comes. Oh, hello. He's off again. Short one. That's a horrible ball, and Fisher got a glove on it, but didn't know a huge amount about it. And that is a good wake-up delivery from Shay Simmons, and I tell you what, he'll be doing a bit more of this in Surrey's second innings at the top order, because that again was quick.
He's sharp. He gets that ball to lift as well, and that one, it was really well played in the end by Fisher, because it was a nasty ball to receive first off.
He's in again, another short one, and this is pushed by Fisher off the back foot out into the offside. But what's most impressive is there's no pace in this pitch, and he is getting that through, but Oldie straight away. Well, look, I can see the thinking, but there was a bit of this yesterday, and he's got to be very careful, because yesterday at certain points he was going straight down the middle. As in over the wicket comes Simmons to Fisher and beats it on the outside edge, and that's because after that first ball Fisher's locked on that back foot, unsurprisingly, with a leg slip and a short leg in there. So good bowling from Shay Simmons.
Yeah, just as he's releasing that ball, the follow through just takes him across to the right, and that's taking him on the line and the leg, the middle and leg stump.
On this pitch, you do anything to, especially second time round. What you don't want is to keep getting more and then not be able to bowl.
Exactly.
So he's in again. Oh, he's bowled a full toss here. It's a loopy one, and it's tucked away by Fisher through the leg side. Probably only take 2 here, or will they come back for 3? They will come back for 3. So Fisher moves on to 7. Well, I know Hannon Dalby is a terrific bowler, and Barnard a terrific bowler, and Bamber terrific bowler, but God, you'd be tempted if you were Alex Davis with what this young man did. Is when Burns and Sibley get out there again, bung him the new ball and just let him have 3 overs of this stuff.
He's been in the Warwickshire squad for most of the games this season, but his first appearance, he made his debut last season and got 4 or 5 wickets in the match, but not been able to get a chance so far. But he has suffered with injuries as well, which have hindered his development.
376 for 9. As over the wicket he comes to Foakes, and Foakes is hooking, making sure he's rocking back onto that fat foot and rolling his wrists. And it's Barnard doing the fielding, diving away to his right. He gets a single, does Foakes, so he's into the 90s now. 90 not out of 192 deliveries. And Surrey a 377 for 9. So we saw the short ball from him yesterday. We had this with Sonny Baker. Went short ball, and then suddenly he did have the Yorker as well. Simmons is in. Short again. Whoa, that's very short. Yeah, that's going to be a wide, yeah, because unless Matt Fisher gets a step ladder.
And a broom handle to put on the end of it. Yeah.
That was
that
very,
pitch
very short.
inside Simmons' own half of the wicket flew. And in fact, the surprising thing really was that Alec Davis, who's probably the smallest player on the field, was still able to reach it and get his hands up above his head to take it. But that could easily have gone flying over everybody.
Final ball of the over. Simmons in once more, goes further of length, turned off his hip, cries and catch it. It was a little uppish from Fisher, and it rolls away to Malik. There is no run, so Shay Simmons with a very hostile first ball of the day to Matt Fisher. End of the over, 378 for 9. I think we're going to get spin.
Little chat there with the umpire as he at the end of that over with Simmons, just having a look at the wicket, and the umpire giving him every chance. It has to be said, he's showing him exactly what he's doing, so there can be no excuse.
Well, we're going to have Rob Yates from the Pavilion end. He bowled all his overs yesterday from the Birmingham end and bowled very well.
Yeah.
3 for him yesterday.
So Foakes on 90. Early change. Rob Yates. The Warwickshire not going with Taz Ali, the leg spinner, for this game. He was in the squad, but they chose to go with the extra seamer. I just wonder on this mark whether that they might regret not having had the extra spinner. Whether he would have got anything out of it, who knows on this, because nobody's really got the ball to do very much on it.
Oh, I thought Yates yesterday bowled
That little spell, he yeah.
He really did bowl well.
There was one period where he really was on top, completely on top. He starts his first over the morning. Big shout for LBW. It's swept across the line by Foakes. Picking that one, looking to sweep it down to backward square leg, and a big shout for LBW.
Yeah, and Pete Hartley, for whatever it is he's using, Pebbles coins, in his pocket, and just for a second there I thought the finger was going to
go up. Yeah. Yates in again. This is lifted out to the deep mid-wicket boundary, but Simmons is out there and does the fielding, so Foakes doesn't take the single.
We were saying yesterday he's a very good player at spin bowling, Foakes.
Yes,
that
yes,
sweep
he is.
shot really well.
I remember that when he was getting into the England team, they really played on that, didn't they? How well he played it. This one, next one, again, he plays down to Bamba, who is not all the way back at long on, but he doesn't take the single. And that, after 3 balls, forces the field in. They've now come in to save the single. Alex Davies takes himself out of... Alex Davies takes slip out, puts a man back on the deep backward square leg boundary, has a leg... Well, it's more like a short, fine leg in. Man at the square leg, and a man backward deep on the cover on the mid-wicket boundary, as Foakes does a good thing and lips it over the top of long on for 6. Moves his feet and says, well, if you're going to do that, thank you very much, I'll go the long way, and puts a beautiful clean strike down to the fence to bring him on to 96 and take Surrey on to 384 for 9. It was almost like saying, well, fine, thank you very much, I haven't got to worry about anybody out there to catch it. They wouldn't have caught that one anyway, it was so well hit. It was a lovely, clean, straight shot. Yates, I think again, as Foakes steps away. 96 not out. He waits Yates comes into him and bowls down the wicket again once again, and he's hit this one cleanly, and that's a repeat shot, and that is his century. A wonderful way to get there, consecutive sixes. And it's come on 97 balls, those 2 sixes and 14 balls. Terrific innings from Ben Foakes. He's held that innings together. It could easily have collapsed completely when those wickets were falling, but he's held it together, and just taking time out, taking some more runs out, but from a personal point of view, becomes the 4th centurion of this match.
Yeah, fine innings from Ben Foakes. Well, he said he's a good player of spin. Got 100 on his test debut in Sri Lanka, so he can play spin bowling, and a couple of sixes to get him past the 100 mark.
Yates in again. This one is fired down the leg side, which tries to sweep away, get something onto him straight into the ground. But well done to him. There's 2 sixes, 12 off the over, and having refused some early runs, did the right thing, kept the strike, used his feet and played them beautifully.
Yeah, and that was one thing Surrey possibly didn't do enough of yesterday against Yates.
Yep.
Was get on top of it.
Yep. I think they allowed Yates to get
into a rhythm.
Yeah, into a rhythm, and in the end, they were making him look like, sort of international spin bowler.
But no, fine innings from Ben Foakes. It's been a while since he's got 100 in the Championship, because he didn't get one last year. So it's been a while, but he's looked good all season. As Shay Simmons from the Birmingham end is into Fisher, and Fisher, well, it's come off something, and it's flown between the leg slip and Davis. I think it's probably thigh guard, and it is running away down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4 leg byes. So 4 more to this Surrey first innings total. 394 for 9 they are.
Well, they started this morning as I would have expected them to have started yesterday morning when they were on the chase with the 9 wickets in hand. Because yesterday morning it was desperately slow for the first hour. What was it, 20 odd runs in the first hour, that's all. Whereas this morning these two, with this last wicket, have really gone along at a bit of a lick.
And again, I think it just shows what a good surface this is as well. Yeah. So he's got the short leg, a leg gully, a leg slip. Simmons is in once more, and that's way down the leg side. Fisher's having absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that, and it's taken by Davis, moving away to his left-hand side. Foakes is lent on his bat at the non-striker's end. As I say, it's a very nice day again here in Birmingham. Not a great, huge amount of people in, but there is a smattering around the ground.
Yeah, it really is a smattering, isn't it?
As Simmons is in, short again, ducking underneath it is Fisher. Oh, and Simmons almost slipped over himself there. Oh,
there we go. I think he's going to be.
Yeah, this could be a proper
I think
warning.
This might be the. Yeah, it is.
And sort of noticed a bit of this yesterday. So Alex Davis is just checking, is that an official warning to Pete Hartley? He stood out there at cover point.
I think
yes,
it is.
Yeah.
Well, in fairness to Ian Blackwell, who's the umpire up at the Birmingham end, he's given him plenty of chances and explained exactly what's going on. He's going to come round the wicket though now to him, so perhaps this might.
Yep.
This will either mean he runs straight down the wicket and across the wicket, but with that action might just fall off and come away. But you can't keep bowling round the wicket, I don't think. He has to get that sorted.
Got his success coming round the wicket yesterday, as this is turned by Fisher, and he'll just stroll a single here. And it means that Foakes comes on to strike to Simmons for the first time this morning. Fisher moves on to 8. Surrey move on to 395 for 9. But yes, the 2 wickets he got yesterday, Clark and Smith, were from round the wicket, getting the ball coming in around armpit height. And the one he got Smith with was a really nasty delivery. So be interested to see how Foakes goes about this as well. He's got a couple of deliveries to facing this over from Simmons. And for Foakes, they'll keep the short leg in, but then it's just the ring of fielders looking to cut off a single and keep Foakes away from the striker. Simmons is into him, he's gone short, and Foakes is swaying inside this. And taken by Davis, moving away to his right-hand side.
One of the things which I always find it quite difficult to understand is when you've got professional cricketers that they have a problem running on the wicket, that isn't part of having been, you know, that they work on that during the winter to take it out and during the, so that it doesn't become an issue with them.
I don't know whether it's an issue with him all the time. Simmons is in, and that'll be 4. Banged in, and Foakes has just hooked it behind square and down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So the fixture partnership now between Fisher and Foakes. Done it very well so far. I don't know, but there is also on this surface that thing of, can we just get a bit of boot mark going somewhere near the danger area? But yes, they noticed it yesterday, and they've warned him once this morning. So I think, I don't know, I haven't seen enough of him to know whether this is a constant problem with him.
Well, just watching him then take the option to bowl to the right-hander bowling round the wicket, he completely looks a completely different bowler. It's taken all of the fire out of him, and to me it's negated. He's really sort of going through the motions of bowling. It's not his natural bowling line.
Although the interesting thing is that he did get those 2 yesterday from around the wicket, both right-handers, getting it up in around the shoulder. So yes, I don't know, I haven't seen enough of him. What I have seen though is impressive.
Yates continues, he's in, and he's bowling to Fisher this time, who covers up and plays this first ball back. There's a slip, the leg slip, forward short leg, there's a backward point, a man just behind square on the onside, and then a short mid-wicket, an extra cover as Fisher again defends that one. And Yates looking for his 4th wicket. He's had a deal of work here. He's in his 33rd over. Just 85 runs coming off them, 12 of which came in the last over. He's in and bowls, gives that plenty of air, but Fisher is forward to that one, killing any possible spin, although, as we've said, we haven't seen a great deal, and whatever there has been very slow off the surface. It's bowls. Fisher is beaten there, sort of covering up outside, just outside the off stump, and the ball goes through and past the outside edge of the bat through to Alex Davis, and draws the anticipated oohs, ahs and hand clapping from the Warwickshire fielders. Yates in, Fisher kills that one again, and Smith comes running round from short leg to do the fielding.
He's worked very hard on his batting during the winter at Fisher.
I think most bowlers have these days, haven't they? There are very few what we used to call rabbits on the circuit these days. This one is fired in by Yates, and Fisher sort of follows it but plays it out the middle of the bat out to backward point. Is not interested in the single. End of the over. It's 399 for 9.
Yes, and well, they've done a good job so far this morning. Added 30.
Yep.
Mrs. Foakes and Fisher.
Well, this partnership is beginning to run. Just have a look. I brought the scorecards in and left them on my little desk. What was it? 346 when they came together, so they've put on 53 for the last week at these two.
Very good. And Fisher's doing his job. Just sort of sticking with Ben Foakes, who's 106 not out now from 200 deliveries. Is Ben Foakes. So I think Simmons is going to continue. Around the wicket once again. The field will spread out for Ben Foakes. Surrey trail by 266. that follow on 516. So still a long way away, the follow on.
He's going to have another go back over the wicket here, Simmons. Let's see what happens.
Well, he's had one warning.
Yeah.
So he's just got to be very, very careful. As over the wicket he goes, and Foakes is up on his toes. That's all right. And played away out into the offside, off the back foot. Won't take the single. And round comes Smith to do the fielding. There's a chat between Latham and Davis out there in the middle. Tom Latham, of course, very fine innings of 184 in that Warwickshire first innings. A record for Warwickshire with a player on debut. Simmons is in again, and up on his toes goes Foakes. Pushes this one out into the offside, but again he'll refuse the single.
It does seem a bit strange really on debut, doesn't it, with a man with the experience of Latham, but it's still the first time he's played, so you've got to actually put it in with the rest.
Absolutely. And he would have wanted to make a good impression.
He's in good
done
company
that.
though, because people like Lara, Sangakkara, Jeet Patel, all got Jonathan Trott, all got on debut. So
there's a good list. Simmons in. Oh, that's very short again. It's well taken by Alex Davis, but it will be signal wide once more. So it was banged in, and that's the 100 up. 400 up, sorry, for Surrey. So the 400 comes up for Surrey. So a ripple of applause, I think mainly from the Surrey dressing room actually, down below us. I think that was the clapping you probably heard.
Well, they've done well, these two, they really have. They've, and they're taking, the other thing is taking time out of any second innings.
This one's punched off the back foot. Out there towards cover.
I think the likelihood, Mark, of a result in this game was always pretty thin, but the longer these two take out as well, then it's just going to make that even less chance.
Well, I always thought it would be tough to take 11 wickets today again for Warwickshire, especially after the effort they put in yesterday. I thought they did really well to take 8 wickets yesterday, but it's the fact that we've had over 1,065 runs for 14 wickets in the game, as this is clipped firmly by Ben Foakes out towards deep mid wicket, and they will take a single off that fourth delivery of the over, and that will bring Fisher back on to strike on 7. So the field will come up again. Close catches will go in. Bo Webster is, I think, heading towards leg slip. They've got rid of the short leg now though, so no short leg. Oh yes, they're going to have the short leg.
Yeah, he's coming back in again, isn't he?
So Alex Davis is, I think
Chuck him a
actually
helmet.
there was a little delay. They were just checking with Simmons that that's what he wanted, but he wants the leg slip and the leg gully again, and the short leg. So Webster's at leg slip, and then it's Sam Hain in that leg gully position, and then the short leg is Smith under the helmet, and they'll leave the offside open, bar Ethan Bamber, stood at a wide-ish mid-off, and Simmons will come around the wicket to Fisher. Well played in the end by Fisher, because it didn't get up as much as he was expecting. It was banged in, and he's gone to sway inside it, but it didn't bounce as much as he was expecting, and he did very well to get out the way of that.
Really, for a second, it looked like it was coming through at a real pace, going to take his head, and he managed to just get inside it, and he did play it well. Fortunately, he kept his eye on the ball the whole time.
Simmons, final ball of the over is in. Oh, and Fisher here, I'm not surprised, he's thinking about ducking, then he doesn't duck and just leaves the bat there, and it hit the bat and rolled away into the offside. So good hostile stuff again from Shay Simmons. End of the over, 401 for 9 Surrey. Fisher has 7, and Foakes is on 107.
So I think we're going to see another bowling change here at the pavilion end. Isn't Bamber going to come in
Yes,
for a ball?
I think he
so,
is.
yeah. We tried the Rob Yates experiment, and that didn't work this morning.
Just to say, Phil, that it's sort of been rumoured for the last couple of days, but Virat Kohli has announced his retirement from Test cricket.
Oh, he has. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. And I think they were trying to see whether they could persuade him to come to England for the series this summer, but he has said that is it for him in terms of Test match cricket. So what a Test career from Virat Kohli.
That's a bit of disappointment for a lot of people that he won't be coming over this summer. But it's not altogether a surprise, I don't think. Well, I think so. It's been a fantastic career, as you say. Here's Bamber starting a new spell, and the first ball, that's a beauty. The first ball he bowls this morning, and it goes past Ben Foakes, who looks back at it and then comes down and gives the wicket a tap. But he got that one just to move away from Foakes through to Davis. I think he's got no wickets to his name, but gosh, he's bowled well, Bamber.
He really has, and sort of noticed that he's definitely put a yard of pace on.
Yeah, you're saying this, that you obviously you've seen a lot more of him than I would down obviously when you covered the Middlesex games. Here he comes again. In. Foakes waits, defends this one back up to Barnard, who's stood at mid-on.
Yeah, Kohli, 9,230 Test match runs in 123 tests, played 68 of those tests as captain, average 46.85. But yet, well, Rohit's also announced his retirement from Test match cricket. Kohli as well.
How old is Kohli? Does it say how old he is?
He's about 36 now. I'll have a look.
This one is run away into the gully by Foakes, but he's not too interested in the single. Clive's going to come in here in the end of this over. So, join you, Mark.
Fantastic. 14 years ago, he made his Test match debut. Virat Kohli, but I think from an India point of view, because Ashwin's retired now as well, then you've got Rohit has retired, now Kohli's retired, and I don't know, but you look at KL Rahul perhaps and Jadeja, so that whole group sort of at the same time sort of disappearing.
But looking at some of the young players coming through, they have a huge amount of talent.
Huge amount of talent. And they're saying Shubman Gill's probably the favourite to become the Test captain. Then there's Sai Sudarshan as well, who played a bit for Surrey.
It's Bamber in, defended again by Foakes. 401 for 9. These two got through the first half hour this morning. Foakes has completed his century, and there's been a couple of deliveries which have troubled them, but generally speaking, I think they've looked fairly comfortable.
Yes, I think, again, as we said throughout, this is a good pitch to bat on, whatever the situation and whatever the time of day. So they've done it well so far this morning.
And it is another magnificent morning here. Not a cloud in the sky. As Bamber is in, bowls. Foakes runs this one away to point, and there's no run. Fields by Yates.
Birmingham City Centre, looking a picture, away there in the distance. It's almost three-dimensional when the sky's like that. Any skyline with the blue background.
There's this sort of middle ground of trees, isn't there, all the way across. Behind the stadium, you've got this line of trees, and then poking up through the trees are all the higher buildings in the city centre. As this final ball is played away into the offside, it's the end of Bamber's first over of the morning, and I'll make way for Clive Eakin.
Thank you, Phil. We'll be back in half an hour. 401 for 9 then, Surrey, trailing by 264 runs. Simmons, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 85. Fisher has 7, Foakes has 107. And for the second time this morning, good morning to Clive Eakin.
Just like I said to Ben Foakes, yeah, we know you're a good player. You don't have to keep scoring big scores against Warwickshire. It's pretty dispiriting for Warwickshire. They want to. I know how difficult it's going to be to bowl Surrey out second time, but they haven't even been able to start that yet. But they're going to stick at it.
It's exactly what they did yesterday. Stuck at the task, wasn't it?
They will, of course, have a new ball at the start of the second innings.
Yeah, that's something. So, Simmons it will be from the Birmingham end. He's coming into Fisher. Oh, he's gone fuller of length this time, and Fisher's happily just tucking that into the leg side, taking a single, and he's got off strike first ball of the over. So that will change the field and bring Ben Foakes on to strike on 107. But it's been a very good 100 this from Ben Foakes. He's played very nicely indeed as Foakes. And last summer for him was quite a quiet summer really. With the bat, highest score of 82, 450s, averaging 26.93. This summer, sort of normal service resumed with Ben Foakes. This has been a very good 100 as Simmons is into him, and Foakes turns this one off his hip into the leg side. Webster comes round to do the fielding. And he's just wandering across just for a quiet word by Webster there. You saw him yesterday bowling his medium pace and his off spin, and in 1 over, 3 balls of off spin, then 3 balls of medium pace from Bo Webster. So he was mixing it up yesterday as in comes Simmons, and this one played back up the pitch, and there is no run. Simmons doing the fielding off his own bowling. Lots of encouragement out there. Warwickshire from Alex Davis. We heard Ethan Bamber yesterday in very good voice. So, field at the moment, they've got man behind square at 45, then a couple in that mid wicket region, the mid on, the mid off. They've got the cover backward point and the slip for Ben Foakes, and then the long leg is Malik below us. As Simmons is into him, he's gone fuller of length. Foakes is forward, I think, looking to try and guide that down between the backward point and Tom Latham, who's in a sort of floating third, fourth slip position. He's got a little inside edge back onto his pad. Fisher's come down for a quick word with Foakes. Foakes as a survey of the field. Look at that, is Bamber again. You can hear Bamber even when he's at the Birmingham end. Chuntering away as Simmons is in, and that's short, and Foakes has looked to pull, and that's hit him amidships. Oh, that's going to hurt.
If you can't get him out, give him a few bruises at least.
Well, I think that has hit him in the unmentionables, and I think he's going to just check the furniture and then rearrange it quite rightly. I think he's okay, but oh dear. And as we've seen, Simmons is quick, so that will have just knocked the wind out of his sails there, Mr. Eakin, and he'll take a bit of time here, will Ben Foakes. He's doubled up, he's got his hands on his knees, and yes, he's down on one knee now.
Yeah.
No, I think he's just doing his trousers up again. There is Ben Foakes, but
lean over, little breath.
Yes, cool, dear.
Not a lot of sympathy is being expressed towards him by the Warwickshire fielders. At least they're not laughing, which is what you sometimes get.
Yeah, it's funny for everyone bar Ben Foakes at the moment, but I think he's okay. He's going to go for a little wander.
So what does Simmons go for here? Does he go for a Yorker, or does he go for a similar height?
We haven't seen him try the Yorker as yet. As he's in here, oh, that's very wide outside the off stump, and Foakes won't reach that, but it works because it will mean that Fisher's on strike for the start of the next over. So 402 for 9. Foakes is still doubled up, touching his toes at the moment. Fisher has 8. Foakes 107. It means Surrey trail by 263.
Yes, they're doing a good job this morning, these two. Who knows, maybe they can... What do they need? Another 114 to avoid the follow-on. If they do that, then the game's safe. Some effort, but... so Yorkshire chasing victory at Chelmsford. They have Essex 73 for 4. Essex need 447 to win. Worcestershire making a fist of it, but Sussex are still favourites at home. Worcestershire 131 for 4. Still need another 230. All the other matches finished, didn't they, yesterday?
Yes. And
so just the three of us on.
Kevin House came from Trent Bridge and said that Nottinghamshire were very impressive again.
Yes, I didn't see the game here, but by all accounts they're pretty decent here. They do seem to be pretty strong at the moment.
They look a good, solid cricket side. We were having a little chat about who's sort of taking wickets for them and making runs.
Ethan Bamber to Matt Fisher, 2 slips, short leg, he's gone past the outside edge. Bamber holds it, has his hand in the air and turns towards the umpire, but it was really just to celebrate how good a ball it was. He's very unlucky, I have to say, to be on the 0 on the wickets column, Ethan Bamber. And of course, it was interesting, he's charging in now. I would think he'd be taking the new ball if he does get a wicket now. And he comes in again to bowl, and that's gone past the outside edge as well.
Yes, and Fisher, ironically, will know how Bamber feels at the moment because he's had this sort of season. Not that Bamber hasn't picked up wickets before this game, but Fisher's gone past the edge so many times this season and hasn't quite found the edge.
Ben Foakes still watering a bit, I think. Tries to recover from that blow earlier. Bamber is in, and this time Fisher defends that the meat of the bat.
You shouldn't laugh, as you were saying that. Ben Foakes was just having another little check, just to make sure. So painful.
402 for 9. So bonus points, of course, have long since passed, and neither team prospered that much for bonus points in this innings. Surrey got 2 batting points and Warwickshire 1 bowling point. As Bamber comes in to bowl, and that one he pitched in quite short. It seemed to keep low, and he's nudging at that. Fisher, and again doesn't make contact. Good a number 11 though he is. Just wonder whether these balls are almost too good for even a good number 11.
Yes, I think at the moment a couple of them probably, and Matt Fisher wouldn't mind you saying this. I think he'd agree. They're probably too good for Fisher.
He's got 2 more balls to try and get this elusive final wicket. Bamber in. It's gone past the outside edge. I think he did play at that. He might claim he kept his bat inside the line, but anyway, 1 more ball to try and wrap up this stubborn final partnership, which is becoming really frustrating for Warwickshire.
I think Davis is going to stand up.
Yeah.
Keep Fisher in the crease.
Just getting the fielder who was shortish at mid-wicket onto the mid-wicket boundary. I mean, there is no chance of Fisher taking a single here, I wouldn't have thought, but maybe he'll tempt him with one that you might try and pull a hook. Zen Malik is around. He's not too sure where he's been sent. He's looks like he's going in at leg slip. So last ball of the over. Can Bamber wrap the innings up? Going to Fisher, and it's well played by Fisher. Back to the bowler, and Warwickshire continue to be kept out. Bamber was close in that over, but no cigar. 402 for 9.
And Fisher, the key thing there was he missed the good ones. He got his bat down on the straight ones, so he's still there alongside Ben Foakes, and it looks like we're going to get spin from the City end of the ground. So Yates, we saw one over from him this morning from the Pavilion end. Now he's going to have a go from the City Birmingham end, and this was the end where he did pick up his 3 wickets yesterday. Robbie Yates, 3 for 85. Up his 33 overs, but as we've seen yesterday and so far today, Foakes is a very good player of spin bowling. Went his 100 with a couple of consecutive, well, I think a couple would be consecutive sixes off Yates. So the field's going to be a slipper backward point, a sweeper on the cover boundary rope, the long off, the long on, straightish mid wicket, a man out for the sweep shot on the leg side, and then a man at 45, which is Sam Hain, on the leg side. 402 for 9, Surrey. Trail by 263. They've added 33 runs today, as Yates is into Foakes, who's gone forward, waited for it, played it straight down into the turf. It's gone straight up again. Davis has taken it and whipped off the bails for good measure. So a fairly spectacular and violent dot ball that. And now we're waiting to put the bails back on.
I'd be tempted to give Chase Simmons one more over just because of how uncomfortable Ben Foakes must be feeling. He'd be quite pleased that he's got a spinner in.
Well, yes. The other thing about when you get hit in the proverbials, it's your feet don't move for a bit.
I know I've only just popped in. I'm going to have to pop away again shortly because I've got to.
Fine. Yes. Yates is in. This is cut through backward point, and that'll be 4 off to the short cover boundary rope. So Foakes moves on to 111.
I've got to do what we call in the business a two-way.
What are you talking about?
Well, I've been to see Frank Lampard this morning.
How is he?
Obviously, man. Yeah, he's good.
Good. All ready for tomorrow night?
Ready for tomorrow night. They're heading up there sometime today, so I've got to talk about that briefly.
Not the route they're taking.
Not the route they're taking.
Your chat with Frank Lampard.
Somebody pointed out to you, you could try and dodge the fireworks at your hotel if you're going the night before. He said, well, we might get that, but I'd rather that than go there on the day.
Yes. As Yates in his sunnies is in again, and this time Foakes will take a single. Just clips this one down towards long on. Foakes moves on to 112, 407 for 9. Now Surrey, and Fisher comes back onto strike on 8. So, busy morning.
Yes.
What time was Mr. Lampard?
10 past 9.
10 past. That's not too bad.
Yeah,
That's not too bad.
And it was only him today, so I didn't have to wait for a player.
Oh, excellent. Over the wicket once again goes Yates. Fisher's forward, just pokes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So yes, and they arrive in Sunderland with they're 2-1 down.
2-1 down, yeah.
So
just one goal in it though.
Yep,
not a lot.
No. As Yates in and Fisher forward. Playing this one back down the pitch. It's the end of the over. 407 for 9. Fisher 8. Foakes 112. He always comes across as a very nice gentleman.
Yeah, he is.
And
maybe I was slightly guilty of trying to not goad him into saying something, but I sort of, you know, in this situation, you often get managers to say, oh, they all think they've done it, and we'll prove them wrong, and that sort of rubbish. So I did suggest to him that the way the Sunderland fans celebrated after the first game, I thought they thought that it was done, and he wouldn't have it. No, I think that's perfectly reasonable. They come all the way to Coventry, they won away, so he wouldn't play that particular. Sure. Anyway, I better go off and do that now.
Yes.
I'll be back shortly. I'll see if I can find someone for you.
Oh no, don't worry. You talk into your Frank Lampard. So Mr. Eakins off to to answer some questions about how Frank Lampard and Coventry are feeling ahead of the second leg of their championship semi-final tomorrow night at Sunderland. And Ethan Bamber is going to bowl from the pavilion end, coming in over the wicket to Foakes, and Foakes is opening the face and guiding this one down towards third man, but he's not going to take a single. So he may have got two there actually, but he decided early on that he wasn't going to take the single. So Foakes remains unbeaten on 112. Fisher unbeaten on 8. 407 for 9, sorry. Trailed by 258 as Bamber is over the wicket to Foakes. And Foakes, oh, just off a thickish outside edge there. More to go down the ground or even work that leg side. Again, refuses the single. The ball has rolled all the way out to that deep cover point area. Bo Webster's out there. She's still looking for this final Surrey wicket. Can Bamber find a delivery for Foakes here? He's in, and Foakes is clipping him a little uppishly down the ground. Won't get a run on this occasion because he refuses it. Now the field will come up. Field comes up as someone's car alarm or house alarm is going somewhere outside the ground. Davis is directing traffic at the moment, getting the field as he wants it for Bamber. This again all to try and prevent Foakes taking a single to get himself off strike and leave Fisher with just the 2 balls of the over to face. Started this morning 369 for 9, Surrey. Now 407 for 9. 38 runs added today. Bamber comes in over the wicket to Foakes, and Foakes lets this one go wide outside his off stump. That's 1 dot. 2 to go from Ethan Bamber. And you can hear the shouts of encouragement out there in the middle for Ethan Bamber. It's normally him with shouts of encouragement for the other bowlers, but they're now giving Bamber the encouragement as he is in here to Foakes, and Foakes again, that's wide. This will be signalled wide. So again, that's the tactic to keep Foakes on strike. Just push the ball wide outside the off stump, but that was too wide on that occasion from Ethan Bamber. Yes, a car alarm or a house alarm or a burglar alarm on a shop going off somewhere in the distance. Foakes settles himself down over his bat once more. Bamber into him. Foakes drives. Handsome looking shot, but won't get a run. That cover area absolutely packed. And that was Kai Smith diving away to his right hand side. Final ball of the Bamber over then. 408 for 9, Surrey. Trailing by 257 runs. Bamber coming over the wicket to Foakes, who's moved around the crease. That's a lovely timed clip from Ben Foakes, and he will get a single, but Ed Barnard's done very well there to dive across and get a hand on it. But it's a single for Ben Foakes. He keeps the strike. He's moved on to 113. And Surrey here on the BBC Sport website and app, and on your smart speaker, just say BBC Sounds, please play Warwickshire versus Surrey Day 4. And then you should get, with a bit of luck and a following wind, you should get the commentary coming out of your smart speaker. But sometimes it depends on how smart your speaker is. So I think Mr. Eakin will be back in a moment, Mr. Britt. He's just gone to do a two-way back to the studio about his interview with Frank Lampard this morning ahead of tomorrow night.
Oh, right.
As Yates is going to continue from the city end of the ground.
I'll join you while he's away then.
That's very kind. Is using his feet as Foakes. The Yates clips this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run.
I can't imagine that Frank Lampard interview is more important than describing this partnership for the 10th wicket.
I think Frank Lampard would enjoy this. I think he likes his cricket, Frank Lampard.
I think he does, actually, yeah.
I think he does. I've seen him at test matches, etc. Has he not been on... Now, I may have made this up, but he may have even been a guest on Test Match Special. One of
the lunchtime?
Lunchtime guest, or...
I can't say yay or nay because I'll only listen to the old one of those.
As in over the wicket goes Yates, tossed up, driven by Foakes. Simmons will come across to do the fielding, moving round to his right hand side. So still the 9 wickets down. Surrey. Yates is in, Foakes is down the pitch. Yates wasn't quite there.
I still think that's one of the real endearing features of Test Match Special, that lunchtime interview with somebody. Sometimes you think, oh, I don't know who they are, but it develops during that 20 minutes, half an hour that they do, and really think they do a really good job with that.
And normally the celeb is normally delighted to be in the Test Match Special box.
Yeah.
As in goes Yates, that's very flat and quick. It's pushed by Foakes down into the leg side. Bo Webster bends down and picks up.
Well, 409 for 9. They batted an hour this morning. I think that tells you, with great respect to the two, it tells you just how batter friendly this wicket is.
Himself down over his back once more, does Foakes. Oh, he's looking to slog sweep. Doesn't time this one at all. Ben Foakes, I think probably tried to hit that a bit too hard. And toe end of the bat from Ben Foakes. He's gone past 9,000 first class runs during this innings. There's Ben Foakes. So congratulations to him on that personal milestone, as he's looking to sweep this one behind himself, but Davis does well. He gets something in the way there. I think it was pads more than anything else, and it ricochets away into the leg side, and there's no run. So it turned out to be a maiden, that, from Rob Yates. So Fisher will still be on strike. 409 for 9.
Alec Davis is stood having a chat with Ethan Bamber. He's going to bowl or not going to bowl? He's just given, yeah, I think he is. He's going to continue at this pavilion end. There's a long discussion going on. Ed Barnard's involved as well. Bamber's now moving back towards. He's got 2 slips for Fisher, short leg. He's about to start his 28th over, 0 for 54. So even I can work out he's going at 2 and over as he's in and bowls, and Fisher is defending this one out into the offside. Malik comes racing across, does the fielding.
Yeah, it was even gone past 9,000. Well done to Mr. Halford. So that first 6 that took him to 96 was the moment he did go past.
Oh, was that one?
So well done to Ben Foakes.
This next one, he again defends out into the covers, and Malik again is onto it quickly and prevents any thought of a single before giving the ball to Sam Hain. They both rub it and have a look at it.
Fisher's done a good job here. He's had some good ones from Bamber that he hasn't.
Yeah, he has.
Nicked,
Yep.
which is the key thing, but he's just kept Ben Foakes company.
Waits and defends solidly. And again, there's no run. And again, Malik is brought into action.
I think we're seeing how hard it's going to be for Warwickshire again.
Yeah.
And I still think whatever happens today, that option that we were talking about, possibly setting something for Surrey to go after, I still think that would have been, well, they might still win it, but I still think from a sort of getting the wickets point of view, I still think that might have been Warwickshire's best way of going about it. But as it is now, they're going to just have to keep working hard to take these wickets today. But it does look still very, very nice for the batters.
Absolutely. There's Bamber in, and this is cracked away beautifully by Fisher through square, through the offside. Crosses the boundary ropes now. That was picked up nicely on the half volley and cracked away. He moves into double figures with that shot. He goes to 12, 413 for 9, and this partnership continues, and the lead is down to just 252.
I'd have thought he enjoyed that. Just leant on it.
Clive's back, so I'll make way again for Clive.
Yeah, and then you can take over from me, Mr. Britt. So that works out very nicely. But after you've been peppered by Simmons, and then you get a ball like that, lovely for Fisher. He's in again, he's Bamber, and Fisher is forward and playing this one solidly, straight back up the pitch. So we're through the first hour of the morning. So he's starting at 369 for 9, 413 for 9. Ben Foakes has gone to his 100, he's gone past 9,000 first class runs in the process. Bamber, the final ball of this over from the pavilion end with Davis up to the stumps now, and forward goes Fisher and pushes him straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 413 for 9. Clive is back from his discussion about how he found Mr. Lampard this morning at 9:10.
I turned up to the training ground and there he was. That's where I found him.
It's normally the way. It's worse when you do turn up and you can't find them, and then you realise you've gone to the wrong place.
Yes.
Done that before.
There was a very brief second when I did wonder that, actually, because the gate wasn't opening, and I thought, oh, don't tell me they've actually moved it to the stadium, but they hadn't. It was there anyway.
Well, I'm gonna bring Phil Britt in. Kevin Howes is stood away to my left-hand side. I brought him a present this morning.
Did you?
Kevin Howes, and he's just sort of put it to one side. So he can wear that. They're exclusive, those.
Are they? Okay.
They are exclusive, yes.
All right. Well, there's a bit of a delay here. This is all, well, it's all making the draw that little bit more likely. It was fairly likely at the start of the day. I think it's even more likely now. Credit to Fisher, particularly Ben Foakes has managed his situation very well. I mean, you do get the impression they will not get Ben Foakes out this month. The only way they're going to get this wicket is to get at Fisher. Having said that, he just beaten there Rob Yates, and again Alex Davis whips the bails off, but Foakes had stayed firmly in his crease. 413 for 9. At what point do they start thinking, I wonder if we could even get the follow-on target here? That one, it hits the back of Kai Smith fielding at forward short leg. Still a long way to go in terms of the follow-on, but the 252 behind now. As Yates is in, and he plays out to the offside. There's no run. So we've had 3 balls in the over. Start looking for a single, I would imagine, fairly soon. Here comes my update. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are being frustrated on the final day of their county championship match against the title holders Surrey, needing to bowl them out for a second time to win the match. They haven't been able to finish off the first innings yet. The final wicket pair of Ben Foakes and Matt Fisher have kept Warwickshire out now for the whole of the first hour. Foakes reaching his century in the process. He's on 117, Fisher on 12, and try as Warwickshire might, they cannot get this breakthrough that they so desperately needed. Sorry, 417 for 9. They trail now by 248. This is Clive Egan at Edgbaston.
It was a tired dive there by Oliver Hannon-Dolby to try and stop that one. Even at 6'8" and at full stretch, he couldn't get anything across to prevent it going up to the long on boundary.
One slip for Rob Yates as he bowls to Foakes, who's launched that over the top. He'll get more runs there. Poor old Ollie Hannon-Dolby has to go and chase that one as it goes for 4. He's hoping some more fetch it for him. In fact, Kai Smith is very kindly volunteered to go and collect it. 421 for 9. Now, last ball of the over, does Foakes just try and hit it over the top for another 4, or does he try and get on strike? Everyone's in saving the 1. Foakes having a good look around him, see where might he be able to place the ball, have time to get through for 1. Yates bowls. Well, he's gone for the big shot and very nearly dragged it on from quite wide. It just misses his leg stump.
So we've had an hour this morning. It's they've negotiated that very successfully. They've taken this partnership onto 75 for the last wicket. Last night it was 346 for 9. They've lasted 22 overs, so Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who we were just saying looks a little weary out there, we're now coming back into the attack at the pavilion end. 1 for 31 from his 19 overs.
Well, he'll be bowling first at Fisher, so Fisher's now survived 51 deliveries, but he still represents, I think, Warwickshire's best chance of making a breakthrough.
Worcestershire have lost a 5th wicket at Hove. They still require a further 208 to win, with just 5 wickets remaining. The latest man to go was Ethan Brooks.
So, Hannon-Dolby running in to bowl, just 1 wicket so far, conceded very few runs. That's played straight back to him, there's no run. 31 runs from his 19 overs, 8 maidens, but just the 1 wicket for Hannon-Dolby. On what remains a good batting track. Earlier this morning I thought, well, it might at least be a bit of cloud cover, but we haven't even had that.
Well, we had some quite heavy rain during the night at home. It escaped the rain here, but
Hannon-Dolby bowls, Fisher defends that out to mid-wicket. There's no run. He's shown willingness just to keep out 6 deliveries at a time, Matt Fisher. Dolby mops his brow. Trying to encourage each other, but you sense that optimism is steadily being drained. Hannon-Dolby bowls, and it's played straight back to him. So whether he actually got a touch on that, but the ball did knock off the bails at the non-striker's end. Annoyingly for Warwickshire, Ben Foakes had refused to leave his crease, so he wasn't run out. Well, that's 3 deliveries in the over. So presumably Fisher's thought now is survive three more.
He's looked pretty compact this morning. He's very solid in defence.
Yes, Ethan Bamber beat his outside edge a few times, but couldn't get the nick. That time he plays out into the ground to short leg. Remains 421 for 9. The deficit now 244. If the wicket fell now, there'd be 79 overs left in the day. So probably Surrey would have to bat till maybe half an hour before the schedule closed to get ahead, and therefore pretty safe. And Dalby in again, bowls a short delivery, leans back there. Fisher plays it away nicely, but straight to point, so no run. Last ball of the over coming up. Warwickshire threatening to be frustrated again. It'll be 15 overs now that are bowled today without being able to get this last wicket. So often in the modern game, it's difficult to finish a team off because everyone pretty much bats all the way down.
They work so hard on their batting, don't they, now, the bowlers? There's none, we were saying when I was on with Mark, there were no rabbits anymore.
Which is a shame, really, because they're always entertaining. That one is played to mid-on. He started running a single fish and did Foakes, and then suddenly thought, hang on a minute. No, we don't want that. Go back. So no run there. 421 for 9.
Yates going to start his 37th over. I don't know what the maximum overs that Yates has bowled in his career, but he's got to be rapidly approaching it, I would have thought. He had a couple of quite long spells last season.
Yeah, I was going to say, I seem to remember a game or two last season when he bowled quite a lot.
But, it's certainly going to be pretty close, I would have thought, to whatever it is. The longest spells he's had. He starts his 37th and Foakes waits. Foakes sweeps this one away through mid-wicket, picked it up just outside off stump and swept it away through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed and beautifully played, and races away down to the boundary. Foakes goes on to 125, 425 for 9. Sorry. And 240 behind.
We'll start to begin to think whether they can get this to lunch without any loss.
Here's Yates again in this bright sunshine. Forward comes Foakes and runs it away to backward point where Barnard does the fielding. Again, bowls and forward comes Foakes. I wonder when the wicket will be for the next home game, which begins on Friday. I've got a feeling it's across to our left. It's the covered wicket to our left, which might be slightly different to this one.
Pretty short boundary.
The next one sees Foakes driving away through mid-wicket. There's a long chase on from Malik. He'll get there, but not before Foakes has come back for a second run. Probably could have got a third if they'd really wanted to, but he retains the strike. 426 for 9. No, he doesn't retain. They only took the single. Foakes gets up to the other end. Sorry, I thought they'd come back for 2, but they didn't. Just a single, so Fisher is on strike. 126 now to Foakes, 12 to Fisher, and suddenly Fisher finds he's surrounded by close fielders as Yates waits to get into him. There's a silly point and a short leg and forward, and it's beaten outside the off stump, looking to flick that one away through the offside. Davies quickly takes it, flicks the bails off, but Fisher had gone nowhere. Again, moral victory for Rob Yates. One ball left in this over. His hundred's come up, by the way. He's on 103 now. Off his bowling. That's all it will be at the end of that 37th over. So another one ticked off. 426 for 9. 12 to Fisher, 126 to Foakes.
Well, so he's last wicket pair doing very nicely. Substitute fielder on. Blakemore, yeah.
Just been signed on this season.
So Hannah Dolby the bowl. Right arm over. In he comes. Oh, that's a good delivery, gone past. Foakes is outside edge, playing forward defensive.
It forces the two bats to come together and do a bit of pitch prodding, but didn't get a touch to it.
And then Dolby. It's played to mid-on. The longer it goes on, the more you just wonder whether Alex Davis might have a thought, well, I'm going to force a full on, but the chances of bowling them out where all they're doing is trying to stay in on this pitch is pretty slim. Might he be tempted
to bat?
To bat and set Surrey an unlikely but not impossible target. See if you could tempt them that way, give them maybe a better chance. Hannon Dolby bowls, Foakes pulls that, and it'll be fielded on the mid-wicket boundary. They don't get a run.
Well, the other option, of course, is that he decides that they're not going to get a result, and rather than wear his bowlers out, we've got a game on Friday, he might decide just to have a bat and tell them to put their feet up.
Yeah. I suppose he would run the risk of being accused of being defeatist, but others might say it's realistic.
I think.
Hannon Dolby into Foakes. Plays at the backup point. I mean, you know, if he gets the wicket, he's still got 2 sessions to try and bowl them out. So, however unlikely it might be, looking from here.
Yeah, it's this wicket doesn't seem to be giving any more assistance now than it did on the first over of the first day.
Hannon Dolby pitches that one up a little bit more. It's defended by Foakes. So he's had 5 balls this over now. So can Hannon Dolby at least give Rob Yates a chance to bowl at Fisher again? One delivery, well, 2 deliveries at him in the last over. One of them had him well beaten. So, whereas Ben Foakes doesn't look too troubled. He's put a couple of false shots. Yates has looked the most likely bowler this morning to make the breakthrough. What is now a pretty old ball as Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's accurate. It's fielded to him. Can't tell you exactly how old it was, because I can't remember when it was taken. Something like 84 overs it was taken, so it'll be about 60 overs old.
I think they might have been up as many as 86, 87, because the new ball became available when Rob Yates was having that good spell yesterday in the second session. He'd taken the 3 wickets, and they hung on to it for a while. Anyway, it's this partnership is worth 80. I don't know what the record partnership bid is for the 10th wicket, but it's looking a very healthy stand. Yates, no rush at all, goes over. There's a chat with his mid-off. here he is, 4.26 for 9 to bowl to Fisher, who's on 12. Matt Fisher forward and just pushes this one back down the wicket. Rob Yates picks it up in his 38th over. Breeze blowing across the ground this morning. It's a nice, lovely morning though, just keeping it a bit cool. Fisher goes back and cuts this one to backward point, where Chase Simmons is quickly down to it and does the fielding. Bright orange soles of his boots there, very noticeable when he fields. Yates in, bowls and left by Fisher outside the off stump. A few oohs and ahs.
I suppose what this partnership is showing is that even if somebody makes some mistakes in the second innings, there should be somebody who be able to shut the door somewhere in the batting order.
Yates in, Fisher defends. Now Rob Yates is well, having a look to see where Rob Yates is running down the wicket. Bit of a fixation on that, running down the line of the right-hander's leg stump, of the left-hander's off stump. This next one is turned, but straight into the ground and straight to Kai Smith at short leg. No run.
Last chance to get their number 11 out this over.
It's in and bowls, back goes Fisher, cracks it into the offside. He would normally have got at least one run, but they just settle for leaving the bats at the same end. So Ben Foakes will be on strike for the beginning of the next over. 4.26 for 9, another maiden to Rob Yates. This partnership worth 80, and Surrey trail by 229 runs.
Yeah, 239 to be precise, but
sorry, you're right.
Doesn't make a lot of difference in the context of the game you feel at the moment.
Yeah.
Hannon Dolby will keep plugging away. Warwickshire still trying, as they must. They're not getting much joy. Bowling to Ben Foakes, who I'm sure could see through the day if given half the chance. Hannon Dolby bowls to it short. He pulls that, Foakes. It will be stopped by Chase Simmons, so no run. He's on 126. He'd probably be near 140 now if he hadn't turned down quite a lot of singles.
There was good fielding by Chase Simmons round there, but prevented the boundary.
Hannon Dolby. Right over into bowl, and that's decent delivery, just runs down into the gully area. Fielded by Rob Yates, no run. Bo Webster is limbering up and looks like he's practicing his spin option. Has bowled both in this match, indeed has bowled both within and over in this match.
Elsewhere, Essex still going along, haven't lost any wickets this morning, 105 for 4. They need 415 more to beat Yorkshire. And Worcestershire 162 for 5, require 199 to win against Sussex.
Hannon Dolby round the wicket, bowls, and that's carved out to Zen Malik, who's just in from the long boundary. Again, Foakes declines the run. He might take it next ball, because 3 balls bowled. He has actually taken them on the 3rd ball before now, but he opted not to there.
Ian Blackwell's moved from square leg across to the offside to have a look. There's nobody in his way. I'm not quite sure why that would be. Can't be the sun in his eyes.
And Dolby bowls, that's played down the ground by Foakes. And he won't keep the strike there, but he will get 4.
Nice
on
play.
to 130.
Straight drive, wasn't it?
430 for 9. And, well, they will now be thinking, can we get to lunch? Sorry. And what they won't want to do is just get out sort of 20 minutes before lunch and have their opening pair have to do 10 minutes and then go in. So if they can at least get to 10 to 1, I'm sure the team's opening batters will be grateful. Hannon Dolby bowls and it's played to point by Foakes. He's looking for a quick single. That's not to be had. Last ball of the over. I mean, Fisher did survive a whole over of Rob Yates in the last over.
He's looked fairly solid though, hasn't he, Fisher? I don't think Foakes is too worried about not getting the single. Fisher just stretching his left leg. It's just down as if he's
on his
got
back, isn't he?
Yeah, or something. Just got a little problem with his back.
So Hannon Dolby, last ball of the over, round the wicket to Foakes, and Foakes is straight to a fielder, so he can't get on strike, and Rob Yates will be bowling at Matt Fisher in the next over with a Surrey score 430 for 9, replying to Warwickshire's 665 for 5 declared.
So we're going to have a bowling change at the Birmingham end as the sun goes in momentarily, and it's going to be Bo Webster to bowl his off spin. So it's his first bowl of the morning, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I haven't recalled him being in. He's got 2 for 69 so far from his 21 overs. He's bowling to Fisher, who's on 12.
You might see him actually bowl spin to Fisher. If Fisher gets a single, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he doesn't revert to seam for Ben Foakes. Knows how good Foakes is at playing spin.
So he's in to the same field that Yates had, but in his first one he goes to move it away through the offside and well chased down to the third man boundary because it was a little bit uppish in the way, but in the end perfectly safe. Chase Simmons chases it down, but Fisher gets the single, gets off strike, so he goes on to 13, 431 for 9.
Well, it looks like he's sticking to spin, although he's moved most of the close fielders away. He's got a forward short leg and a slip.
In he comes, as the sun comes back out. Foakes has nothing to do with that one, leaves it through. Davies takes it, just left outside the off stump. In he comes, bowls. Foakes comes down and drives, but not to Hannon Dolby, who does a sprawling stop at deepish mid-on. A short leg has come out. Kai Smith has given the helmet back to Alec Davis, and he's come out and will come into mid-wicket. And Zen Malik has come up now to an orthodox square leg. Kai Smith being sent back another 15-20 yards. So he's halfway back to the boundary of mid-wicket. Case it's swept and in the air as Webster in. This is driven again up to Hannon Dolby, who once again fields cleanly and prevents the run. We'll bring Mark back in at the end of the over. He just has to quickly slurp his drink as Webster in. Bowles fires this one in a bit quicker, but it's chopped down to backward point where Barnard does the fielding, and there's no run. 21.5 overs for Webster. His last ball coming up of the over, and Foakes is looking to get off, keep retain the strike. It's Ian bowls and beaten outside the off stump again. Davies whips the bails off, but Foakes had gone back, so there was no chance for stumping. End of the over, 431 for 9.
So Alan Dolby, if he can, I don't know, maybe Chase Simmons actually is going to have a bowl at the number 11, Matt Fisher. He's handed his sun hat to the umpire. Alan Dolby now 1 for 35 off 22 overs, remarkably economical. No wicket today. These two last wicket pair are batted for an hour and a half now and are looking to get through the session.
I just went outside and came back in. It's lovely out there, but I heard one of the stewards saying it's definitely going to rain.
Oh.
Because there's meant to be a sort of yellow weather warning for thunderstorms.
There might be another factor for Alex Davis to think about. We were just speculating with Phil. The longer it goes on, you wonder whether Alex Davis might decide, well, look, you know, we've got a game on Friday. Do I really want my bowlers thundering in without much chance of winning? Simmons comes into bowl. That's a bounce that's taken by the wicketkeeper.
Well, I always thought it was going to be very difficult to take the 11 wickets today. I thought they did very well, and still say, now something could happen, but I still say, you know, probably their best chance was that scenario we came up with last night, where they maybe had a bit of a bat if they got an early wicket this morning, or they'd had a natter, and they set Surrey 330 odd in 2.5 sessions. But I suppose it's a bit early in the season for that.
This next one, that was a bit of bounce. There is a shout behind the stumps, not from the bowler. They wondered whether it brushed the glove. Apparently it hadn't.
Because the other thing is, you know, they've been going for an hour and a half this morning. They went all day yesterday. They'll be fairly sore and tired now, I would have thought. And as you say, another game starting on Friday. Is that here, Clive? Friday?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
That's lovely. Nottinghamshire, yes?
Hampshire.
Hampshire, apologies.
Simmons in, another bouncer, and Fisher ducks, and there's no rum.
So Hampshire coming here on Friday. Surrey have got Yorkshire back at the Kia Oval on Friday. And I think the weather's meant to be lovely. I think, other than a thunderstorm, we're having a 2-week heat wave.
Are we?
Yes, according to the front of one of the papers I saw. Phew, it's a scorcher. was sort of dragged
That's
out
original,
for the first
yes.
time this summer.
In comes Simmons as a bouncer, and again Fisher just ducks under it. Just aiming for the stumps here, perhaps. Simmons, 2 more balls at the number 11.
Well, he's giving it everything, the young man.
Yeah, he's got a bit of pace.
He certainly has.
Sam Hain paid tribute to him yesterday when I spoke to him about the way he kept going.
Yeah.
The wickets didn't come in the first sort of 5 or 6 overs, but he wanted to carry on bowling.
Oh, he's got all the attributes. Also, for his side, tried the old running straight down the middle of the pitch, but then got warned.
And he comes again, and he's appealing for an LBW. It looked like he got bat on that Fisher. It's turned it around to short leg for no rum.
These your binoculars, Clive?
No, those
They're
are
very
Phil's.
good. Ooh, it does open up a whole new world, doesn't it, when you watch it through binoculars? These are very good. It's a very clear picture.
In comes Simmons, pitches that one up, but Fisher has successfully seen off the over. Another over goes by. They get ever closer to lunch. 4:31 for 9.
Yep. And Simmons again, trying everything, including the slower ball at the end, but nothing's really happening out there again. at the moment for the bowlers. This is Fisher and Foakes having a bit of a natter about everything. Fisher has worked very hard on his batting during the winter, and you can see the benefits he's reaping from that. He's played pretty well here with Ben Foakes. Foakes 130, the partnership worth 85. And it's going to be Bo Webster to continue from the Birmingham end of the ground to Ben Foakes on 130. Webster's in, and Foakes clips this one down the ground elegantly. Won't take the single because Ollie Hallandorby down there does the fielding. And Foakes still wanting to see as much of the strike as he can here. Webster is in to him, and that's too short and too wide, and Foakes will get onto the back foot and thump that away through extra cover and over the boundary rope and away for 4 runs. So Foakes moves on to 134 now, and Surrey move on to 435 for 9. We're approaching 1,100 runs in this game now. As forward goes Foakes and turns this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Webster 22.3 overs, 5 mains, 2 for 74. But he's bowled his off breaks, he's bowled his quicker stuff. Very handy cricketer is Mr. Webster. As settling again is Foakes, just having a little survey of the field. He's trying to whip that down the ground. He's not really timed it, but he'll get a single. Strolls one more. Does Ben Foakes, moves on to 135. He's gone past 9,000 first-class runs in this innings. As Ben Foakes. And we're just waiting for Sam Hain to pop his helmet on and go in there at City Point. Latham is at slip. Barnard at leg slip, and then Smith under her helmet at short leg. Over the wicket goes Webster. This one's left alone outside the off stump. For those of you that like your cricketing interviews during the lunch break, Mr. Eakin, on 5 Sports Extra with Mr. Kevin Howes during lunch, Mick Newell, Scott Reed with Keaton Jennings, which he said is worth a listen, because this one's left alone outside the off stump, and he's being joined live by George DeBell. So there you are. So it's a packed lunchtime with Kevin Howes.
George today then?
Upstairs.
Oh, he's here today.
Yes, he is here today. End of the over, 436 for 9. Fisher 13, Foakes 135. Yes, apparently the Jennings Reed.
I'm going to say that.
Yes,
well, interesting to hear
yes.
that. Lancashire are not in the best place at the moment,
No,
are they,
they're not.
in terms of their cricket? Having lost to Northants yesterday.
I feel a bit for Keaton there as well, because Scott Reed's been suffering from a cold as well. So he probably wasn't in the best of moods anyway.
Yeah.
So
a change of ends for Rob Yates. Where's he going?
he's going to bowl fast. No.
Oh, he's just, I've got to say, don't tell me he's decided to try a different style of bowling.
Can I be honest with you, Clive? That would have been the most amazing thing I had seen during this game. On this pitch, in this heat, to suddenly, right, I'll come charging in from 40 yards away.
We just went to pick up a little white disc to put it in the right place. Slip and a forward short leg for Yates. Bowl to Foakes. A few oohs and ahs, maybe a fraction late on it, but he got it pretty comfortably, Ben Foakes.
It's interesting with Kohli retiring, and I'm saying Ashwin's retired now, as the Rohit's retired. And there's a few for India now.
Plays that to the onside, there's no run.
You sort of think of the likes of KL and Jadeja as well. But there's some talent coming through, ready to sort of step in. But they're sort of legendary names, aren't they, that are retiring?
New era, I guess. That was a quicker ball from Yates outside off stump. Taken by the wicketkeeper in. Oh no, Zen Malik was jogging in, so don't bother. So If Foakes wants a single off the 4th ball of the over, he can take it as Yates bowls. I can only assume Rob Yates fancies 2 balls at Matt Fisher here, because Zen Malik was thinking, okay, I must come in, save the 1. And they said, no, go back. He can have the 1 if he wants.
Well, my only thing with this now is we've been going at this for an hour and 20 minutes this morning, and Fisher and Foakes are still there.
Yep.
So I think you're probably better off sort of just going back to normal, really.
Well, I think they pretty much are, aren't they? They're not really making too many concessions. 4 round the bat. Yates in, and that's a 4 defensive from Fisher. And there is no run.
Even if they did get a couple of slips in there for Foakes and whatever else, I think it would make the blindest bit of difference at the moment.
Well, indeed, that was a quicker ball. That's what I mean, really. I don't think they were necessarily trying to get him off strike. It's just, I don't think they think, as I said earlier, I'm sure they think they can get him out in May. Never mind today.
Well, Webster will continue. Down there from the city end of the ground. 4:37 for 9, Surrey.
So they're about 10 minutes away from effectively seeing off the session. Even if they're out at 10 to 1, they will still...
Well, hang on though.
I suppose
if we
they'd
get
have
to
lunch
1
early,
o'clock,
wouldn't
if we get to 1 o'clock, don't we have if they're 9 down?
Yeah,
Is it
possibly.
not, it could be here till 1:30.
It would seem a bit pointless as the battle through the whole session.
But I think that, they don't tend to change these things, do they? This one's left alone by Foakes from Webster outside his off stump. Yeah, I think, is it not normally if you're 9 down at lunch, you can keep going till 10, I think, 1:30. As in over the wicket goes Webster, and forward goes Foakes, and plays this one studiously back up the ground. They've got the long off, the long on, they've got the deep mid-wicket, sweeper back on the cover boundary rope. As Webster's in again, and Foakes will just push this one away for a single. 1 more to Ben Foakes. 4:38 for 9. So yes, at lunchtime, Mick Newell, Scott Reed and Keaton Jennings, and George DeBell with Kevin Howes live on 5 Sports Extra. So that's what he... Oh, is it Peter Moores? Sorry. Well, he spoke.
He changed his mind.
Well, he spoke to Mick Newell, but I thought that was going to be the interview. But no, it's with Pete Moores.
Oh.
Ah, you see. So Pete Moores, Scott Reed with Keaton Jennings, and George DeBell live. What a lunchtime. As in over the wicket, no, goes Webster, but he wasn't even looking up. There, Fisher, who was still looking at his feet. But I think, as we were saying there, Clive, the Jennings-Reed conflab is worth a listen. Poor old Keaton. As in over the wicket goes Webster. It's pushed off the back foot by
was
Fisher.
Scott channeling his best Jeremy Paxman then?
Well, I think it was a very honest interview with Keaton Jennings, and as I say, poor old Scott's been a bit under the weather as well, so I feel for Keaton there, as this is a short one and this is cracked away off the back foot by Fisher, and that will race off to the boundary rope for 4 runs, and Fisher moves on to 17, 442 for 9. Foakes 137. Fisher 17. And, well, these two came together at 346 for 9. So this partnership is now worth 96 for the final wicket.
Yeah.
I'm just
cusp of a century partnership.
Well, I'm just going to dive into my stats here, Clive.
Yes,
I know
good idea.
I know you've got all yours, but I'll just dive into my digital statistics here. If I can find Brian's email.
That's sixes pad out there, folks. Defends that easily.
So I was just looking at the best for Surrey against Warwickshire for the final wicket, 130, Strudwick and Hitch in 1911.
130, that's in danger.
Thank you to Brian Cowley, as always.
Yates bowls, and that's clipped to long on for what would have been a single had they decided to take it. They decided not to. In comes Yates, and that's played to mid-wicket.
Strudwick and Hitch. It's a while ago, that. 1911. 130 is the record. Sounds like a firm of auctioneers, don't they?
Yates gets down a bit of air. It's crashed down towards long off. They do take a single off the 4th ball of the over.
Well, there's a gentleman down there at the city end who's he's removed his shirt, but I suppose it's a warm enough day for that. He stood on the steps in his shorts, watching away.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 round the bat. As Yates bowls, that's left by Fisher. Bit of a waste, that one from Rob Yates. Absolutely no reason for Fisher to do anything more than just leave it. So he tries again. Yates, this time he does make him play, but Fisher plays it down to the ground comfortably. And another over goes by. 4-4-3 for 9.
Yes, and partnership with 97. Just not a lot more that Warwickshire can do. They're 7 overs away from a 3rd new ball. Surrey batted for 100. Warwickshire batted for 160 overs as well. So we're I think we're past 1,100 runs in the game now with the 14 wickets. Now, Ben Foakes will be on strike. Bo Webster from the Birmingham end round the wicket with his off breaks and pushed by Ben Foakes off the back foot out into the offside. Latham comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run. Spins the ball in his fingers once again. Does Bo Webster. Tosses this one up. Forward goes Foakes. And again, won't bother taking the single with the long on and long off there. All I was wondering was, we've seen him plonk a couple over the top for 6. As here is Webster again, and this is driven down the ground. This time he will take his single. One more to the total. One more to Ben Foakes. He moves on to 139. He's waving. Needs a new bat. Does Ben Foakes?
Well, the one he's using seems to be going pretty well.
Yeah, it'll be annoyed if he's cracked it or something. So it'll be his number 1 he's using at the moment. He'll get another bat brought out to him. So long off and long on come up for Fisher. He's got 4 men around him as Webster's in, and Fisher is just pushing into the offside. Bamber goes across to do the fielding, puts his foot on it, misses it, then bends down, then picks it up.
Warwickshire have conceded a century partnership for the 8th wicket this season. Kinney and Potts for Durham at Chester Street.
98 this one's worth. The last wicket, this is really tossed up by Webster, and Fisher's just forward and pokes it down in front of him, and Hayne does the fielding in there at Silly Point.
And 8th wicket was the lowest partnership to score a century against them last season as well. That was Smith and Abbott for Surrey at the Oval.
Yes.
155 they put on for the 8th wicket.
Well, now they're getting another close catcher in the shape of Ethan Bamber. As Webster's in, and forward goes Fisher. Pushes this one down into the leg side. End of the over. 444 for 9. Surrey. Fisher is on 17. Foakes is on 139. They still trail by 221. We've got about 10 minutes until lunch.
Or possibly not.
Oh yes, no, true.
Well,
yes.
I'm hungry now.
Oh, it may be delayed here, Clive.
2023, they conceded a 9th wicket century partnership. That was Davy and Wagner for Somerset here. Hadn't yet come across the last century partnership for the final wicket that they've conceded.
Fisher and Foakes taking a chance to have a drink. So yes, I think I'm right in saying if we're still 9 down at 1 o'clock, lunch gets delayed.
There is a bit of retribution here for Surrey because they endured a century partnership for the last wicket in, what year is this, 2022.
Okay.
That was that hilarious one between Michael Burgess and
Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
Ollie Hannon-Dalby, when
Yes.
Hannon-Dalby was furious that the umpire awarded him a run rather than a leg by.
Well, he was
because
on
it
for the
ruined
world
his
record.
He hates bowls going well down the leg side. He has a little swing of that, folks. It misses. Yes, I think he was creating records for the most balls faced without scoring a run.
He was on for the world record.
Yeah. In comes Yates. Foakes turns that one around to square leg and once again declines a run. I won't be able to listen to Kevin's lunchtime pieces on 5. Sports Extra. It gives that a bit of air at Yates, and it's played too long on by Foakes, who again happy to take a single with the 3rd ball of the over.
Hey, something, Clive. These binoculars are terrific.
Feels.
They're really good.
Well, I think it just goes to race meetings. I think you need some good binoculars for those, don't you? Rob Yates bowls and Fisher turns it around onto the onside for no run.
Almost seeing the players' pockets. So clear.
Yates bowls for defensive, no run. Five for 9. Yates in, and that's played into the ground. Fielder by Sam Hain, no run. 4-4-5 for 9.
Just thinking, even though their 3rd new ball is available in 5 overs, I'm not even sure they'll take it. Webster will continue from the City end of the ground. Ben Foakes has got a new bat now in his hands. As I say, he'll be a bit annoyed if he's broken the other one. Yes.
Well, my immediate records go back to 2018, and hasn't been a last wicket century stand against Warwickshire in that time.
As forward goes Foakes to Webster, and it's on 99 at the moment.
A couple of 9 wicket partnerships and one for Warwickshire for the 10th wicket, but not against.
Webster with his off breaks, he's in again. This is pushed back down the pitch by Foakes. He's almost bowling sort of off breaks that you would see in one day stuff now, Webster. Almost slingy flat deliveries.
I think that's where he bowls most of his.
Yeah, it is. This is cracked away off the back foot, and there is the 100 partnership for the final wicket. So 100 partnership between Foakes and Fisher for the 100th wicket. And Foakes now, I think Foakes has kept the bat, but now he wants some tape for it. So he's just signalled for some tape to be brought out to bandage it up. So they've done very well here.
Well, they have now ensured that they won't have to start the 2nd innings before lunch.
Well, Fisher's just waiting for the field to settle down because he's going to have 5 catchers for company now. Because they've got 2 men catching at City Point, and the short leg, and the leg slip. And Latham covering slip as Webster's in. Gives this one a bit more air, of course, to Fisher. So bowling flat at Foakes and giving the ball a bit more air to Matt Fisher on 17 from 88 deliveries is Fisher. As Webster's into him, and Fisher gets onto the back foot this time and just drops the ball down in front of him, and it rolls away in there to short leg. It's definitely warm enough today for a thunderstorm. It feels a little bit sort of humid. Ooh, that's what bold. It's just skidded on a touch more to Fisher, who's playing it off the back foot, but he gets the bat on it. It's the end of the over. Another one ticks by, 4:46 for 9.
And the way this match is going, they may not mind a thunderstorm about 3 o'clock.
Nope. 2 o'clock. At lunchtime would probably be okay now.
Umpires don't say, well, it might clear up by 5.
I'm not sure they're what to do.
4:46 for 9. Very good effort today. Really, what these two have done is pretty much ended any realistic hopes, I would suggest. I'm sure Warwickshire won't give up because you get no prizes for giving up, but they must know deep down it's not going to happen. Yates bowls to Foakes, who defends that to the offside. There's nowhere near it, so Yates has to go and field it. I mean, they're starting to think whether they can actually avoid the follow-on in terms of score.
I think if they carry on like this, obviously, very much so.
Still need another 70. There's a quicker ball from Yates, defended out to the offside. Because it would actually be getting quite tense even if it was a one innings game now, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, that'd be tremendous.
Yates gives that a bit of air, it's driven down the ground. Yates half stops it. They negotiate the two batters, shall we? Yeah, go on then. They take the single. 4-7 for 9, so 3 balls for Fisher to face, but I mean, he has faced 90 so far without too many problems. Just one over really, where Bamba had him playing and missing it a few. Other than that,
and his first ball of the day as well. Absolutely filthy delivery from Simmons.
I missed that. I was trying to get us on here.
Yes.
Yates comes into bowl, and that's played easily by Fisher onto the leg side. Not much chatter from the Warwickshire players now. A bit of cloud cover comes in. This has not gone to plan for them this morning. They would have loved an early wicket and been able to put a bit of pressure on Surrey, but these two have prevented it. Good delivery though, that one from Yates. Nip back a bit quicker. Fisher plays it successfully though. He's got one more ball this over to negotiate. Quicker ball again from Yates. He plays back to that, back to the bowler. It's 4-4-7 for 9.
Just thinking, there can't be too many games that Yates has bowled 42 overs in the first innings. And that's what he's up to now. Right, so extra tapes being brought out for Ben Foakes' bat. Oh no, he's just going to swap over and take another bat. Fisher's getting something from Ollie Sykes as well. So Foakes has another bat in his hands. Essex are doing a good job to hang on at the moment against Yorkshire, because they were in a spot of bother, but Pepper and Critchley through the morning so far, they were 45 for 4, needing still 390 to win it, and they're 130 for 4 now. As Webster is in, tosses this one up, and this is clipped very elegantly by Foakes down the ground, but again he won't take the single as Ollie Hannon-Dorby does the fielding away there in the distance under his white sun hat. As Webster's in again, he's giving this over a little bit more air now to Ben Foakes, and Foakes is just poking that into the covers, but it's Webster who has to walk across, pick the ball up to continue bowling. Tall man, of course, Bo Webster. Was about to come in over the wicket, but Foakes wasn't quite ready. He is now, as Webster is into him. Goes flatter again, and they'll take the single off the Third delivery of the over, just pushed away by Ben Foakes into the covers. So they stroll one more. 448 for 9. Now, Surrey.
Yes. This will be the last over before lunch, but I reckon they may have to carry on with it in 9 wickets now, which actually seems a bit unfair on the batters, really.
Yes, I'm not sure if it changes for the last day, as Fisher's rocked onto the back foot and cut this one between Silly Point and Silly Gully, and it's a great effort from Simmons to get across to it. He's dived, he's got his hand to it, but it's over the boundary rope and away for 4. So he's done pretty well to thread it between those two. As Fisher in it brings up the 450 for Surrey, so 452 for 9, trail by 213, and Fisher's now going to refuse 2 here because he's pushing that one again straight between the 2 Silly Points. Now who's getting warmed up here? Malik. Well, he bowled a solitary over before lunch yesterday of leg spin.
Went for 10 runs, but they're probably in the nothing to lose phase now.
Webster's in once more, and that's quicker. Oh, and he's almost got Fisher edging a ball that he's trying to run down through backward point. It's the end of the over. 452 for 9. Surrey 21 to Fisher. Foakes on 143, and it does look as if Malik's coming in to bowl his leg breaks from the pavilion end.
We'll be bowling to Ben Foakes, so we are carrying on, even though we've gone. Well, have we gone past 1? On my laptop not, but on the clock of the pavilion.
Will I use the binoculars? Because my eyesight's terrible from this distance. Oh no, I don't think the beacon's quite got there yet, Clive.
Okay, so we'll find out at the end of this over, assuming the wicket isn't taken. Zain Malik, who we've spoken about a lot in this match, second first-class match, 27 years of age, late recruit for Warwickshire via the South Asian Cricket Academy, made his maiden first-class century in this match. If he can follow that up with his maiden first-class wicket, that'd be quite something. He both gives that a bit of air, and it's played to square leg. Could have had a run if they wanted to, they didn't.
It's a nice action he's got. Then Malik. He's getting a short leg in now. After that first delivery. It's a feather in the cap.
Lost track of time, looks like.
Your update.
Yes. Comes into bowl. Foakes defends that. Just a little bit in the air, near short leg. Nothing too alarming.
Been a very fine innings this from Ben Foakes.
Yeah. It has an excellent innings, not for the first time, by Ben Foakes against Warwickshire. That's a 4 defensive. Back to Zain Malik.
I was saying to Phil, of course, he made that test debut in Sri Lanka and made 100 on test debut, so he can play spin.
Yes.
We've seen that. Good sweep, he can go over the top.
Malik in, gives it a bit of air, and it's pushed back to him. That's a chance to at least improve his economy rate here, Zain Malik, because he was on 10 after 1 over. He's now on a run of ball. So he comes into the bowler's 11th delivery of the innings, and that's defended back to him.
Tidy stuff.
And square leg comes in. Try and make it a little harder for Foakes to grab a single. I wouldn't say Warwickshire are going through the motions, that would be unfair, but you sense that they're doing their best to keep plugging away, but being deeply frustrated. Then Malik gives that a bit of air, and that's driven to mid-off. Oh, and it's gone through Sam Hain. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have had a deeply frustrating morning, and their hopes of securing a victory against the county champion Surrey are receding rapidly, because Surrey are still in their first innings, having produced a century partnership for the final wicket. Ben Foakes leading the way. He's on 140 for the currently out of favour England wicketkeeper, and Matt Fisher is on 21. Warwickshire stuck to their tasks. One over from Ethan Bamber had Fisher in a bit of trouble, and Rob Yates has had the occasional moment, but really the two Surrey batters have looked pretty solid and are a long way towards saving the game for them. 4:53 for 9. Surrey still trail by 212. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, who is hungry but is now going to have to wait
Clive,
until this last wicket's taken, or until half an hour is up.
It's going to be Yates continuing from the City end. Apologies, it was Webster, of course, so Yates has come back on from the City end. So Malik there has swapped them round.
That might be. That was what Malik's job then.
Yes. An end changer. Yes. Over the wicket then is Yates, and he's gone past Ben Foakes' outside edge. Yes, Foakes was trying to just have a little nibble at that to get it out into the offside, and it beat his outside edge. It's very nicely taken by Alex Davis. So they're gonna here we go. It's taken a while, but they're gonna bring up the field now, and I think this is sensible, because I know that Foakes can go over the top, but you never know, he could get it wrong and it could go straight up in the air. So we're sort of back to a normal looking field now. 4:53 for 9. Partnership worth 107 as Yates is in and Foakes is straight down the pitch. Look, it's dry, but again, he hasn't really timed this, and with his new bat, he's looking at the toe end of that one as well. Settles himself down over his bat once more. Yates is in to it. Oh dear, that's short. It's pulled away by Ben Foakes. He hasn't got all of it, but it's over the infield and away down to the boundary rope for 4. So 457 for 9 now, Surrey. They trail by 208, and this partnership now moves on to 111. But as I say, you never know if you watch it. Folks could play one of those and not get it quite right, and it could go straight up in the air. Clive Eakin's hoping that happens because he's very hungry.
Yeah.
He wants his lunch.
Be all gone by the time we get there.
Well, you could go now. I'm happy to hold the fort. I had a nice breakfast as this is pulled into the leg side, and 2 bounces, and that's the 150 for Ben Foakes. So it's been a very fine innings this from Ben Foakes, especially yesterday. This is now his highest first-class score. First time he's gone past 150. So 152 not out, 2 sixes, 23 fours. And yes, he's playing very nicely.
Well, he is, and they're now only 55 runs away from avoiding the follow-on here.
Yes, indeed. I must admit, though, I know that there's been a couple of boundaries, but I do prefer this with the field up now, because we were going along like that for an hour and nearly over 2 hours. As driving is Foakes out there towards Simmons. Simmons does the fielding, end of the over. 461 for 9. Fisher 21, Foakes 152.
Thank you to Jeff for pointing out this is now Ben Foakes' career best. 152 not out. Previous best 141 not out against Hampshire in 2016. So well done him. We've seen Ed Barnard record a career best in this game. Obviously Zen Malik, his second match, made in first-class century. It is I was speaking to Sam Hain yesterday, because all the bowlers apparently were having an ice bath, which I think adds insult to injury, really. All that hard work, you've got to get into an ice bath. And I said to him about the pitch, he said, I love it. As a batter, he
Yes.
wants more of it. But, yeah. And Foakes enjoying himself on it. But it is Fisher on strike for Zen Malik now. 4 round the bat. Oh no, one of them's disappearing. He's only getting 3 round the bat, Zen Malik. Well, if he could get the wicket here, it'd be another little notch for him. A maiden first class wicket. In number 8, in he goes. It's defended, there's no run. Warwickshire announcing yesterday they've signed another player from the South Asian Cricket Academy. A young player, Vanjani. This next one is played out to point. There's no run.
It'd be a nice symmetry. Your first class 100, your first class wicket.
Yeah. Little skip in he comes. Always a flatter delivery, short, and it's hoiked away for 4. He didn't quite get that one right, Zen Malik. And that's an easy 4 for Matt Fisher, who's now on 25.
Yes, that one was a little short.
I think he must have been trying something there, but whatever it was,
Well, they
it
trail
didn't
now.
quite work.
Trail by exactly 200 now. Sorry.
On his left, there's no run, so 51 more needed to absolutely end any danger of them losing the game. Avoiding the follow-on. In comes Malik, and that's Paul again. A bit short, it's pulled a square leg for 4. So he had a tighter over the second over. Then Malik's going for a few again, unfortunately. Still a learning curve for him.
And it's not easy, this bowling leggies at Fisher and Foakes at the moment on a flat one with a short leg side boundary, because if you get it wrong, you're going to miss out.
No. So, last ball of the over, field spreads out a bit more. But there's still 3 round at the bat. And Fisher just plays back to that, plays it into the ground. Another over, negotiated with a couple of 4s that time from Fisher, who's on 29, 469 for 9.
I must admit, I did overindulge at breakfast this morning.
Oh, well, you're all right then, aren't you?
Yes, it was very nice. The sausage muffin.
I mean, they do give us some nice pastries at Coventry City press
did you get?
conferences
Did
and
they?
a coffee, but
Oh, do they?
but I'm afraid the effect of those pastries is somewhat worn off in terms of appetite.
So what pano raisin?
That sort of thing, yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Just little ones, but very fresh and nice.
Oh, hang on, I've got no sympathy for you now. So you arrived
nice
for your
coffee
press
as well.
conference, a nice coffee and pastry.
Yeah.
What is it? Coffee morning or something? Very nice. Yes. They've got men out again now for Ben Foakes. Tried an over with them all up. They've gone back to fielders out on the boundary for Yates. As forward goes Foakes and turns this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Very posh having the mini ones as well, the mini pastries. As this one's worked into the leg side by Foakes, and Bo Webster tumbles over to do the fielding.
For a little while we were getting bacon and sausage sandwiches as well, but unfortunately Chef doesn't do them on a Friday apparently. So we don't get
Monday
them now.
today.
Well, yeah, well, obviously he doesn't do them on a Monday either, I would say.
So
Forget that.
Foakes and plays this one out into the offside, and
I mean,
they'll
not
get a
that,
single.
Be a bit churlish to complain, but
Yes,
it's
it
nice
would be.
while we were getting them.
Well, you know now he doesn't do them on a Friday or a Monday.
yeah. Or a Thursday, I don't think. I don't know when he does them anymore.
Maybe they just don't do them anymore.
Well, perhaps not.
Does Frank?
Well,
have a,
maybe-
does Frank have a pastry?
Well, not at the
not
press
with you,
conference,
no,
no, but he
no.
may have one
Beforehand.
beforehand or after,
afterwards.
possibly.
470 for 9. Field comes up now for Fisher. 29 not out, as in over the wicket goes Yates, and forward goes Fisher. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. Oh, very nice. As you say, worn off by now.
Yeah.
He's in once more. He's Yates, and this is pushed away by Fisher. They're not going to take a single. Simmons comes round, sweeping on the cover boundary rope.
They're merely a cherished memory now.
Oh, bless you, Clive. Well, I think the tribute was lovely for you.
Well, I have to admit that Frank handed me a signed shirt today.
I heard. Isn't
nice.
that nice? Eh?
Very nice, yeah.
Yes. One of his own, as this one's turned into the leg side.
He said he'll miss my questions, and I decided not to try and analyse.
Yes, well,
how sincere.
Yeah, no, I think that's really lovely.
Was.
That's really lovely. So signed by the squad?
Yes.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
That's a lovely thing to have. What will you do with it?
I don't know. I suppose
frame it?
Yeah, probably.
Lovely.
Yeah.
I do like a framed sporting shirt.
Yeah. 470 for 9. These two have batted through the whole session and a bit more now. Fisher on 29, Foakes on 153, and the result that we thought was pretty inevitable for most of the match, but just looked in a little bit of doubt yesterday, is now back. Very much as pretty much inevitability, which is the draw. And Malik with a forward short leg and a slip comes into bowl, and Foakes hits that out into the deep. There's a fielder out there, Kai Smith, and so he doesn't bother taking a run. 46 needed now to avoid the follow on, which is beginning to become fairly academic anyway. That's a forward offensive. Back to the bowlers, no run. Increasingly, I'm thinking, I'm wondering now whether Alex Davis would anyway. Just bat out the game now.
There's some Surrey bowlers that are hoping these two bat till 5 o'clock.
Malik gives that a bit of air, and it's played out to long off. There'll be no run.
Yeah, no matter the nature of the pitch, and they've done a very good job, these two.
As in, quicker ball just outside off stump. There's no run.
He's got very quick action, hasn't he? Arm comes over very quickly. They're bringing the field up now. Yes, they are. Fourth ball of the over, bringing the field up. In a one innings game, this would have been an interesting afternoon.
It would, wouldn't it? The Warwickshire should be getting very anxious now, wouldn't they? If it was a one innings game. That's short, it's pulled, and it's going to be 4 runs for Foakes. He's on to 157.
Well, even with Surrey 9 down, the way nothing's happening, the way these two are playing. Well, obviously they'd have taken the new ball now and all that good stuff, but yeah.
Well, they can't yet anyway. I think there's a few overs to go before they can get the new ball, because they didn't take it on 80 overs, did they?
Oh, no, of course.
Malik comes into bowl, and that's played through for long on for another 4.
That's a really, I know it was short, but it's really nicely played by Foakes. Just stood up straight and just whipped it at the last moment through the leg side for 4. He's on to 161 now. Partnership's now worth 132, Clive, which means, let me go back into my copious stats sent very kindly by Byron Cowley to me, because the record was 130 for the last wicket between Messrs Strudwick and Hitch in 1911, and it's now worth 132, so it's a record last wicket partnership for Surrey against Warwickshire.
What is Surrey's record 10th wicket partnership
of all
period?
time?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just waiting for the fireworks to go up for the first one there. Yes.
We had a few fireworks yesterday, didn't we?
I guess, I thought, yeah, there were definitely away to our right. As here is Yates to Fisher. Oh, he's found the boundary now. because he's just rocked onto the bat foot and punched this one past all the close fielders around the bat, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. So 482 for 9 now, sorry. So yeah, they have done a very, very good job this morning. As Fisher waits again on 33. He's going to push this one for a single, so he's happy now. Take the single to course. Then Foakes will come on to strike. 483 for 9. Surrey trail by 182. So yes, as you say, the next thing is can they get Surrey past that 516? As looking to drive here is Foakes. Thickish outside edge. It rolls away down to backward point. And there's no run. Well, 10 minutes until lunch if these two are still there. As Yates is in, and this is clipped by Foakes. Into the leg side, Bo Webster doing the fielding away to his left. Somebody's hooting their hooter somewhere around the ground.
I actually think the catering staff are a bit fed up as well. They've got lunch all nice and ready for 1 o'clock.
I always worry if I don't know, it's more tea time, but if you put a cake in the oven, and then all your, I don't know, your pan au raisins or your scones. As Yates is in, and there'll be a single here for Foakes as he just works this one straight down the ground towards Ollie Hallandorby. They'll stroll another single. 184 for 9 now. Surrey.
But they'll be saying at lunch, don't anyone dare complain that it's cold.
No.
It was supposed to have it half an hour ago.
Absolutely. Over the wicket is Yates to Fisher, and Fisher just smothers this.
Oh, it's 20 minutes
no
now,
run. No, I think Fisher's just
changing
nipping
the bat?
off for
Okay.
a new bat.
Perhaps he's declaring.
Yes.
He's getting back. You're right. I thought he was heading for lunch. Got my hopes up there, Matt.
No, he's not. He's just getting another bat.
You're a number 11. You shouldn't have more than 1 or 2 bats.
Well, we were saying yesterday with Dan Worrell, he doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
Just borrows everybody else's. The only 2 bits of batting equipment he has is his abdominal guard and a thigh guard. And he just borrows everybody else's pads, gloves, bats. Never quite know whose bat he's going to be coming out with. Very old school, that. Something rather lovely about it in modern times.
Oh, Alex Davis having a chat with Ed Barnard and Bo Webster.
Well, this might as well be. Take as much time as you can until lunch.
You, of course, if you're not already doing it, can listen just to the smart speaker, and it would seem that the way of doing that has got slightly easier, because in the past you've had to say play Warwickshire v Surrey day 4. You don't have to worry about the day 4 anymore now, apparently.
Oh, fantastic.
So if you tell most smart speakers, ask BBC Sounds to play Warwickshire v Surrey, that should be sufficient.
That is a new bit of news for us with the old smart speakers. That's excellent.
Webster into Foakes, who pushes that into the offside for no run.
Do you have a smart speaker, Clive, at home?
There is one, but I don't really use it. I like the wireless.
Yes,
I like the old-fashioned.
no, I'm with you on that.
I listen on my phone. That's where I do my sort of BBC Sounds listening. That's played back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I mentioned during the first game of the season, the great Don Topley, he asked how do these smart speaker things work, and it transpired after about a 25-minute chat that he's actually got a smart speaker. He didn't realise it was a smart speaker.
This next one is played onto the onside. It's well stopped.
And he was delighted to find out that it plays other than 80s music, because he thought that was all it played.
In comes Webster, and And that's turned round to mid-wicket, fielded by Smith. Has 1 run taken there by Foakes. Fisher has passed the century in terms of balls faced now, so he's done a very good job as a number 11.
Well, as I say, he's worked very, very hard, I've been told, on his batting over the winter. So it's coming to fruition here. Very good cricketer is Matt Fisher.
Webster bowls, Fisher plays back to that. It's a point, there's no run. I guess we will soon get an idea as to whether Alex Davies feels this is still worth trying to win this game, whether he bothers to take the new ball or not. Quicker ball, and that's pushed to the offside. There's no run, which I think, I must admit, I didn't record exactly when they took the new ball.
No, right.
But it was, I think it'll be due in the next couple of overs. And maybe that's what he was having a long conversation with some of his committee members about.
Now this is good from you, Clive, because you said that the record for Surrey last wicket partnership.
Go on.
I'm not sure you'll be able to stand the tension of this, but it's before lunch. 141.
Ooh.
Sack Lane and Ali Brown versus Leicestershire in the year 2000.
Well, that would be
Well, it slightly confused me, because do you know what the record 11th wicket stand is?
11th wicket?
Yes, well, I think this was a few years ago now. 9. As here over the wicket comes Yates, and driving is Foakes down towards long off. But this was back in 1877, Cambridge Uni against Cambridge.
Well, that's a record that's probably going to hold then.
Yes, yes.
Although you never know, the cricket rules changing and what have you.
So over the wicket goes Yates to Foakes, and Foakes is turning this one into the leg side. So they're 2 runs away from equaling Sack Lane and Ali Brown at
They
Oakham.
know. I suppose they do.
Oh, I might message them. I'm sure they'll be very excited. Willow, this one from Yates has bounced a bit on Foakes. Bottom hand came off the bat handle, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. So trailing now by 180. Oh, sorry. Tossed up by Yates, driven by Foakes, down towards a deepish backward point. So 140 the stand worth. 1 run away from equaling Sack Lane and Ali Brown. As Fisher takes his guard. When lunch is at 1:30 and you start at 11, it does seem a very long session, doesn't it?
It does,
Yeah. Sort of now it does seem quite a long session there.
I'm not normally that hungry at lunch,
No.
but I think because of the delay.
As it's your body clock.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket goes Yates to Fisher, and Fisher is playing this one back up the pitch. I wonder if Kevin Howes is aware of this tension at the moment. He's not even listening. He's too busy producing his lunch.
Yeah.
His lunchtime. As in over the wicket goes Yates, and forward goes Fisher. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no rush.
Perhaps if he knew he'd cross to us live now.
Well,
wouldn't
you
he?
would have
You
thought
know.
so, but he's not
Very
even
winning
listening.
moment.
No, he's not even listening. He has no idea that here's another gentleman who'll be on the edge of his seat with this, but surely they both need to know that they're standing on the brink of history at the moment, Fisher and Foakes. They could have this live, but no. So it's going to be Bo Webster, it
Well,
looks like.
You better carry on, Mark, and mark this momentous moment.
Oh, Clive, thank you. Thank you so much. So, out there in the middle, Foakes and Fisher having a bit of a chat. The game has ground to a complete halt here because they're just trying to take as long as they can to get us round to half past. I don't know, maybe it's the presentation committee arriving, or if they find the 2 runs.
Perhaps they've called Sacklin and Ali Brown.
Yeah, see if they will come and deliver them whatever it is they might get. George de Bell is away to our left. He's getting ready for this moment of history, possibly before lunch. It is very exciting. I wonder if Fisher and Foakes are even aware of this. But as I say, at the moment, we have absolutely no cricket, because I think Bamber very sensibly went and changed his boots to make sure this is the last over. And we have a new ball. Oh, can we? At this moment as well. Oh, so it'll be Foakes on strike on 164.
As for the drama.
Yes. Sort of shows the state of this game as well, that nobody realised they didn't actually have the new ball, so they had to send Bamber off to find it. So here we go then.
Yes, that'll be it, won't it? The umpires wouldn't have thought to bring out a new ball.
No, absolutely, no. So, 140 the partnership worth, as Bamber is over the wicket to Foakes. Foakes, leading edge, almost went back to Bamber, but it rolls up towards Sam Hain, and there is no run. He's got a slipper gully, 2 men back on that cover rope, deepish mid off, deepish mid on. The short mid-wicket, there's a deep backward square. Looks as if the short ball could come here from Bamber, even with that short leg side boundary. Foakes waits for Bamber, drives. Oh, what a lovely way this would be to bring up the record, but no, because it's the straight drive, but Hain has got round and ruined the moment for everybody there with a very good bit of fielding, Sam Hain. It would have been a lovely shot, but they refused the runs to keep Foakes on strike. 486 for 9. They have done a terrific job this morning. As Bamber is into Foakes. Foakes covers up, plays it straight into short mid-wicket. Smith does the fielding. And as you say, Clive, now they are, 30 away from avoiding the follow-on?
Yeah.
Terrific effort. So eating up this 2.5 hours this morning as well. As Bamber comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Foakes, and Foakes clips this one off his toes for a single to draw them level with Sacklin, Mushtaq and Ali Brown. Oh, you know what could happen here, Clive? It could be the 2 balls blocked out and they'll be equal going into lunch. Oh,
They're having a chat now.
do you think they'll be able to get through lunch because of the nerves of needing the single?
Well, hopefully someone will tell them at lunch this.
Well, yes, absolutely. May not be able to eat with the nerves if they're told that. So it's going to be Fisher on strike. Bamber coming in over the wicket to Fisher, and Fisher is forward, playing this one solidly back up the pitch. Bamber does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. So I think this will be the last ball before lunch.
Yeah.
Fisher, who's really done very well here, in the fact that the first ball of the day he got, Shay Simmons, it was a filthy delivery to get. As over the wicket comes Bamber, and Fisher pushes this one, and he's going to refuse the single to keep Foakes on strike, and I think that will be lunch. Oh no, it may not be. Let me get my binoculars out. Because, we've gone past. Do we keep going?
Sure.
I thought we were done at 1:30. Yes, we are. Well, I wonder, Clive, had they known about the record where Fisher may have taken a gumble or even a gamble at that point.
Yeah.
But that is lunch, and that's a terrific effort from Messrs Fisher and Foakes this morning.
It is terrific from them, frustrating for Warwickshire. Come here, I wouldn't say with high hopes, but they would have come here thinking, well, we've got a chance here. I think now they will know deep down that they don't realistically have a chance of winning the match. Wouldn't be a disastrous draw for them, but just, had that good day yesterday. But the applause is for Ben Foakes and Matt Fisher. Foakes in particular, a brilliant 165 so far from him. And career best, magnificent innings, and that has pretty much saved the game, you'd feel. So, Surrey 487 for 9 at lunch. They trail by 178. We will be back in a slightly different time than usual, around about 2:10, I should think. See you then.
There you go, case in point. So JT, an endorsement from his teammate Ben Cliff there as his first ball goes disappearing away wide of
Absolute
long off for 4.
Commentators.
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the blast.
Tom, welcome to Edgbaston.
Thank you very much. Nice to finally be here. It's obviously a nice warm day today, so yeah, nice to meet all the guys this morning and get stuck into a bit of training.
Yeah, and only less than 24 hours off the plane, and yeah, straight in with the into the nets with the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to, as I said, to meet up with all the guys, and so it was a bit niggly. You know, my time here was delayed a little bit, but yeah, nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them, and yeah, looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yes, a slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and want to do well, but you know, obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've been hitting for a couple of weeks. Yeah, slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, having spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time. But yeah, it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. See, winning the last 3. So I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, you know, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come and add a little bit to the group and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
Yeah, get the flag out.
Things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham,
did
George. He? Yeah, so it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over, and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side. It's the second one he's just nudged down there. Get to this target, and again, he's leg side here, Hill, and Davies has levered it into a big gap at square leg, and that might beat Sears as well. Beats him on the other side. Fallen to catches in the cordon behind the wicket. And now Davies, having been presented with a ball in exactly that slot, just outside off stump,
Again. Oh, has he got him? No, he hasn't. He should have. Harry Brook has dropped it, and it's gone for 4 down through third man.
Hill bowls, and this time he does drive, and he beats extra cover. And did Thompson maybe just get a finger on that and take some of the way off it, but not enough? And it's gone up to the rope for 4 runs. His first boundary, Robbie Yates, and that's the one he's been looking for.
In hand then from the Kirkstall lane and bowls it now. Bowled him! Stump has been flattened, 2 of them in fact. Right up there, and he's yorked him. And Davies has gone for 31. They have got a breakthrough. But on his legs is the other question. It's wide of off stump here, and it's an uppercut over the top of what would have been sort of a flying gully, really. It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand. Again to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This time he's strayed down the leg side and been flicked away for 4 off the bat.
So we'll see, maybe we are going to have a brief interruption. And Sheikh has pushed to this one. He's out. He's caught low down. A first wicket for Buckingham in this innings. And well taken by Bairstow. It was just a feather on it from Sheikh as he pushed slightly away from his body. Tricky target. Buckingham bowls. Oh, well, that's going to help Warwickshire. He angles that from round the wicket across the left-hander, and Yates just nudges it. Helps it the way it's going. Still a lot of good seam bowlers in this game. This is shorter from Buckingham, and Yates pulls for probably 4 runs. Yeah, he controlled that very well. Wide of mid-wicket. And there is a fieldsman there just at mid-wicket. Here's Thompson then to start his spell, but he's onto the pads of Yates straight away, and Yates is going to reduce the requirement to just 100 more by tucking this off his pads for 4 runs.
Round the wicket now to Yates, tries to straighten things up and is driven for 4 through the covers. James Wharton is chasing it down, we're not going to get that. 4 from the moment it left the bat, lean on his back. And it bowls again, and he's gone this time. Ooh, second attempt, Joe Root. So, having not worked first delivery, he's got it right second time. A few high fives down there. They've given themselves a little glimmer again, have Yorkshire. In again, full, driven firmly, and for 4. Past the diving Dom Bess. Bowling to Malik, full, and helped on its way around the corner for 4. Taking him off here, Warwickshire, because they're putting just about every ball. See it in again, and oh, no, lovely shot this time by Malik. That's his best shot so far.
Apparently we're going to win. Thompson, oh, he's bowled Mosley here, knocked his off stump out, and an important blow just before lunch, struck by Jordan Thompson. That was right on the spot. And Warwickshire still needing 76 more runs this afternoon. Anyway, with 76 to win, Thompson bowls, and Barnard makes a start on that 76 by forcing a rising ball off the back foot.
Code again, it's up there to drive, invitation accepted, and unfortunately for Ben Code and for Ben Sears, the latter has not fully got his hand on that. And it's going to go for 4 straight through. Sears at mid-off. Here's Code again. Barnard goes back foot, punches away through the covers for 4. Just a bit too short from Ben Code this time. It's Malik, and that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, just too wide from Jordan Thompson, half volley length, and just pushed through the line of the ball. Accumulating here. Thompson into him again, and this time down the ground. There you go, case in point. And so JT, an endorsement from his teammate Ben Cliff there as his first ball goes disappearing away wide of long off for 4.
Commentator's curse. I'm getting...
Field now has spread into various formats, and this one's been, well, hoiked away really. It was an attempted pull shot that is top edged. That Barnard does play the ramp, and this time gets 6 for it. Straight over the top of third man. Sears then to Barnard. Ball short of length and banged away through the covers for 4 more. Got over the top of that, watched it well. And he comes again.
Ooh. That was a miscue. Flew wide of gully.
For 4, I completely lost it, I've got to say. It's gone.
It went pretty quickly off the thick edge, and it wasn't all that far away. And Malik, he pushes forward, this dribbles off the outside edge and runs along the ground between keeper and first slit for 4.
Lane end. Short ball. Barnard has a go at it, he's gone. It really did climb on him, and doing a bit of a limbo, leaning back, trying to ramp it as he had done off Sears in the previous over for 6. Now, Sears in again, and Webster gets underneath it, and he's got 6. An uppercut over the top of the jumping third man.
Start of a new over. Oh, Webster's gone to carve that, and it's gone for 4 down to third man. The first ball of a new over from Hill, and he was through the shot way too early. But have a go as well. Hill bowls and Malik pulls, and that might have done it. That's for 6, I think. What a flourish from Zen Malik to finish. Good for him. He's finished unbeaten on 49 in his debut match.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
people swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston,
the ecstasy, the agony,
disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
As good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes! Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
prepare for the bluff. Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
Tom, welcome to Edgbaston.
Thank you very much. Nice to finally be here. It's obviously a nice warm day today, so yeah, nice to meet all the guys this morning and get stuck into a bit of training.
Yeah, and only less than 24 hours off the plane, and yeah, straight in with the into the nets with the guys. Yeah,
absolutely. Nice to, as I said, to meet up with all the guys, and so it was a bit niggly. You know, my time here was delayed a little bit, but yeah, nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them, and yeah, looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yes, a slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and want to do well, but you know, obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've been hitting for a couple of weeks. Yeah, slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, having spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time, but yeah, it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. Winning the last 3, so I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come in and add a little bit to the group, and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
Yeah, get the flag out.
Move things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham,
Did
George.
he?
Yeah, so it's not, it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over, and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side. It's the second one he's just nudged down there. Get to this target, and again, his leg side here, Hill, and Davies has levered it into a big gap at square leg, and that might beat Sears as well. Beats him on the other side. Fallen to catches in the cordon behind the wicket. And now Davies, having been presented with a ball in exactly that slot, just outside off stump.
Again. Oh, has he got him? No, he hasn't. He should have. Harry Brook has dropped it, and it's gone for 4 down through third man.
Hill bowls, and this time he does drive, and he beats extra cover. And did Thompson maybe just get a finger on that and take some of the way off it, but not enough? And it's gone up to the rope for 4 runs. His first boundary, Robbie Yates, and that's the one he's been looking for.
In hand then from the Kirkstall lane and bowls it now. Bowled him! Stump has been flattened, 2 of them in fact. Right up there, and he's yorked him. And Davies has gone for 31. They have got a breakthrough. But on his legs is the other question. It's wide of off stump here, and it's an uppercut over the top of what would have been sort of a flying gully, really. It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand. Again to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This time he's strayed down the leg side and been flicked away for 4 off the bat.
So we'll see, mate. We are going to have a brief interruption. And Sheikh has pushed to this one. He's out. He's caught low down. A first wicket for Buckingham in this innings. And well taken by Bairstow. It was just a feather on it from Sheikh as he pushed slightly away from his body. Tricky target. Buckingham bowls. Oh, well, that's going to help Warwickshire. He angles that from round the wicket across the left-hander, and Yates just nudges it. Helps it the way it's going. Still a lot of good seam bowlers in this game. This is shorter from Buckingham, and Yates pulls for probably 4 runs. Yeah, he controlled that very well. Wide of mid-wicket. And there is a fieldsman there just at mid-wicket. Here's Thompson then to start his spell, but he's onto the pads of Yates straight away, and Yates is going to reduce the requirement to just 100 more by tucking this off his pads for 4 runs.
Down the wicket now to Yates, tries to straighten things up and is driven for 4 through the covers. James Wharton is chasing it down, but not going to get that. 4 from the moment it left the bat, clean on his back. And it bowls again, and he's gone this time. Ooh, second attempt, Joe Root. So, having not worked first delivery, he's got it right second time. A few high fives down there. They've given themselves a little glimmer again, have Yorkshire. In again, full. Driven firmly and for 4. Past the diving Don Bess. Bowling to Malik, full, and helped on its way around the corner for 4. Taking him off here, Warwickshire, because they're putting just about every ball. Sears in again, and oh, no, lovely shot this time by Malik. That's his best shot so far.
I don't know we're going to win. Thompson, oh, he's bowled Mosley here, knocked his off stump out, and an important blow just before lunch, struck by Jordan Thompson. That was right on the spot. And Warwickshire still needing 76 more runs this afternoon. Anyway, with 76 to win, Thompson bowls and Barnard makes a start on that 76 by forcing a rising ball off the back foot.
Code again, it's up there to drive, invitation accepted, and unfortunately for Ben Code and for Ben Sears, the latter has not fully got his hand on that. And it's going to go for 4 straight through. Sears at mid-off. Not. Here's Code again. Barnard goes back foot, punches away through the covers for 4. Just a bit too short from Ben Code this time. It's Malik. And that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, just too wide from Jordan Thompson, half volley length, and just pushed through the line of the ball. Accumulating here. Thompson into him again, and this time down the ground. There you go, case in point. And so JT, an endorsement from his teammate Ben Cliff there as his first ball goes disappearing away wide of
absolute
long off for 4.
Commentator's curse. I'm getting...
Field now has spread into various formats, and this one's been, well, hiked away really. It was an attempted pull shot that is top edged. That Barnard does play the ramp, and this time gets 6 for it. Straight over the top of third man. Sears then to Barnard. Ball short of length and banged away through the covers for 4 more. Got over the top of that, watched it well. And he comes again.
Ooh. That was a miscue. Flew wide of gully.
4-4. I completely lost it, I've got to say. It's gone.
It went pretty quickly off the thick edge, and it wasn't all that far away. And Malik, he pushes forward, this dribbles off the outside edge and runs along the ground between keeper and first slip for 4.
Lane end. Short ball. Barnard has a go at it. He's gone. It really did climb on him, and doing a bit of a limbo, leaning back, trying to ramp it as he had done off Sears in the previous over for 6. Now, Sears in again, and Webster gets underneath it, and he's got 6. An uppercut over the top of the jumping third man.
Start of a new over. Oh, Webster's gone to carve that, and it's gone for 4 down to third man. The first ball of a new over from Hill, and he was through the shot way too early. But have a go as well. Hill bowls and Malik pulls, and that might have done it. That's for 6, I think. What a flourish from Zen Malik to finish. Good for him. He's finished unbeaten on 49 in his debut match.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
Good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes!
Oh, what's that? Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the bluff.
Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
Tom, welcome to Edgbaston.
Thank you very much. Nice to finally be here. It's obviously a nice warm day today, so yeah, nice to meet all the guys this morning and get stuck into a bit of training.
Yeah, and only less than 24 hours off the plane, and yeah, straight in with the into the nets with the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to, as I said, to meet up with all the guys, and so it was a bit niggly. You know, my time here was delayed a little bit, but yeah, nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them, and yeah, looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yes, a slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and so want to do well, but you know, obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, been hitting for a couple of weeks. Yeah, slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, having spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time, but yeah, it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. Winning the last 3, so I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, you know, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come and add a little bit to the group and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
Get the flag out.
Things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham, George. Yeah, so it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the bombshell afternoon that we're going to have here at Edgbaston. The returning officer has ordered a recount, Mark Church.
Disappointing. A lovely lunch, and the story of the morning is Messrs Fisher and Foakes. They played really, really well. They've got Surrey to 487 for 9. Haven't lost a wicket this morning. Foakes on 165, Fisher on 34, and their partnership for the last wicket is worth 141. Now I dived into stats, and I think I know what I've got wrong. I went to a certain cricketing website, and I think unfortunately I had the time span on. So I was reading it as the record for Surrey 10th wicket partnership against anybody in first class cricket was 141 for Ali Brown and Saqlain Mushtaq in 2000 at Oakham School. But I think my time span was on, and I think that is, I'm not wrong, but in the last 30 years. So I think I'm right on that front, but the record actually is 173 between Andy Ducat and Andy Sander, or 2, is it?
No, it's 173. Thanks. There's been 172 as well. Sorry, I'm confusing you now.
Oh dear, that could have been even
173.
Worse. So
yes.
the tension of the fact that Fisher turned down a single off the last ball before lunch, which would have gone past Brown and Saqlain in the last 30 years, which is correct, but it's actually 173.
They are close to a record.
Oh, good. Here we go. Built that up. Here's the first ball after lunch. It's left alone by Ben Foakes outside his off stump from Ollie Hannon-Dalby. So Surrey still trail by 178. They're not far off the follow-on now, 516.
Thanks to George Jabel that pointed this out to me, and I've just checked the exact figures now. We are in with a chance of taking a record off Jeff Boycott, because the record partnership for the last wicket that Warwickshire have ever conceded is here. And it was Boycott and Stevenson put on 149 for Yorkshire.
Oh, that's worth replacing the one I got wrong. As in over the wicket comes Hannon-Dalby, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. So forget the 141. We're on to 149 now, because that would be the record against Warwickshire ever for the last wicket partnership, and it's 141. I hope the Surrey dressing room didn't make this mistake and go across towards Fisher and
they start punching the air when they get a
having
single.
their jacket potato. I'm sure they haven't. I'm sure they're all over this, like we are. As waiting over his bat once more is Foakes. Latham in the slip cordon. Just the one slip in the gully, as this is covered up by Foakes. Plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Field spread, as we saw all morning. Foakes has played beautifully, especially yesterday, because Surrey got themselves into a bit of a pickle and Foakes just held the whole thing together. And then today he's just played very nicely. Fisher's done a terrific job at the other end. 34 not out. Matt Fisher got a horrible ball from Simmons first up this morning. Short one. Did well actually not to knock it straight to short leg. Hannon-Dalby's in, and Foakes I think's had a little nibble at that one, then pulled the bat inside the line, and it's taken by Davis away to his right hand side. So game wise this is going to be a draw, as we all knew it would be. But actually if these two could take Surrey past the follow on, it would be a hell of an effort. It really would.
It would. New ball, of course, taking the first over, or the last over before lunch, so it's just 2 overs old. In come the field to save the 1.
I'll tell you who will be relieved, though. Ali Brown and Sutcliffe.
Yeah.
As the field does move up now after 4 balls of this first over after the lunch break. And in over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby, and Foakes, oh, he's opening the face, he's running this one down towards the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. So that does take them past the 141 in the last 30 years between Sutcliffe and Ali Brown, but it also moves this partnership on to 145, so they're 5 away now from the record.
First ever 150 partnership for the last wicket against Warwickshire.
Yeah, think how many years both sides have been playing, Clive.
Yeah.
We might be here for it, as they're still keeping the field up. Foakes has moved on to 169 as Hannon Dalby's into him, and Foakes is covering up, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. So 4 off that first over after lunch. Foakes, his highest first class score, 169. Fisher 34. Surrey trail by 174, and they are 491 for 9.
So Ethan Bamber took the new ball just before lunch, is going to continue. It'll be very interesting to see what Warwickshire do if this wicket falls soon. Do they bother trying? To theory, I suppose there's 2 sessions to bowl Surrey out, but given that they haven't been able to get the last wicket pair out in a session and a good deal more, what are their chances of doing so? I suppose we could have the last wicket pair back at the end of the day to save the game. You never know. Little unlikely. Bamber comes into bowl, and that's defended by Fisher. Back to Bamber.
Surrey's head of communications sent me a message now. It's 173.
Yeah.
I think people have worked out I have my time span on. So, but in many ways, I'm not incorrect, because it for the last 30 years. But overall, it is the 173.
In comes Bamber. Oh, that's hit into the ground, and it's fielded by Bamber. No run.
Yeah. So, and now, 25 runs away from avoiding the follow-on.
Yeah.
Which, when they came together yesterday afternoon at 346 for 9, even on a good batting pitch, it seemed a long way away.
It did somewhat, yes. Yeah, Warwickshire, I suppose, looking back, wish they could have got that wicket maybe before the close yesterday. It might have been a different story today. In comes Bamber to bowl, and that's played back to him. There's no run.
I was saying that Bamber will be feeling a little like Fisher and some of the Surrey bowlers this season. Bowled very well, but hasn't picked up a wicket. Went past the edge of Fisher's bat a few times this morning.
Well, if these two really dig in, we could end up with just 1 innings per side.
We could
draw.
Yeah.
Which is not great, really,
nope.
but still.
There we are.
Bamber in with 2 slips in place, and that's played to mid-on. Shay Simmons fields, there's no run.
I fully understand why Warwickshire didn't do it, but I still think their best chance of winning this would have been saying to Surrey, you go chase on the last day with something that they would have been allowed to choose.
I bet they thought about it. I bet they discussed it.
Yeah, I'm sure they did, but I understand why you wouldn't at this time of the season.
Bamber comes into bowl. Oh,
no.
was a swing and a miss by Fisher. Outside off stump.
Yeah, and he's a bit cross with himself there, because that was quite expensive. So he then rehearses just playing a solid defensive shot.
What Warwickshire might reflect on that scenario you just gave is that problem is, I mean, if this 9th wicket partnership now can bat for that long, even if we'd set Surrey a target and got them 7 or 8 down, it would still have been pretty difficult to get the last 2 wickets. We're just going to hold on. In comes Bamber to bowl, and it's on the offside. Bamber fields, there's no run.
Well, you made an awfully good point as well, that even if they took the wicket now, they might. I don't think they'll enforce it now. I think the bowlers have done so much now. I think they'll go out and have a bit of batting practice again.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure that Messrs. Hannon Dalby and Bamber and Simmons really want to come piling in this afternoon.
Not in a lost cause, no.
Well, it's going to be Hannon Dalby to bowl to Foakes. I'll wake Kevin Howes up because this could be the moment.
Well, I'm going to stay awake now because I finally found a coffee machine that worked, and I usually press the extra shot button.
Oh, did it not work?
No, it did. I don't think I should have done.
You know, the wicket goes Hannon Dalby, and this one's left alone by Foakes outside his off stump. What's happened,
Because
Clive?
it's now a tad on the strong side.
Ah, I see. I thought you meant you'd broken the machine.
No, well, I might
right.
have done, but no. It's I'm not sure I'd acquired the extra shot, so I probably won't get to sleep tonight now.
Oh no.
Big day tomorrow. Got to go to Sunderland.
I know you have, and big day already for you this morning. Not only were you with Mr. Lampard having Pano Raisins and an interview, presented with a shirt as well. That's wonderful.
Something else as well.
Oh no, it's in. Comes Hannon Dalby. They're shouting for something down the leg side, but I don't think anything was there from Foakes as he tried to run it down to fine leg.
So I'm walking down the road up to my car and in the training ground. Ben Sheath, team captain, winds down his window. Says, "Congratulations, good luck, and all that. And what are you going to do and all that?" So that was nice.
Oh wow, Clive, that is amazing actually. Well, it's richly deserved. I think you should get your shirt framed.
Yeah.
Or wear it.
I suppose I could put it on eBay, but that would be a bit churlish.
It would be. Don't tell Coventry that, especially if they do go up. As it over the wicket goes Hannon Dalby. This is pushed by Foakes into the offside. He'll take a single. The partnership moves on to 146. So 4 away now for a record against Warwickshire.
I mean, if they were to win tomorrow and then at Wembley, that would put the value of the shirt
Well, that's what I'm saying.
wouldn't it?
Don't tell them that bit now. That's what I meant.
No, I am not going to do that.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Get it framed. No, it's lovely. As Fisher comes on to strike. And 34, 492 for 9, Surrey. Hannon Dalby still giving it everything from the Birmingham end. And forward goes Fisher. Just turns this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
I should also say, and it's not about me, obviously,
Well,
but I should also say this is my last day for the time being. I hope to be back in some form, but it's my last day at Edgbaston ever.
It's Clive's last day at Edgbaston.
I've got one more game left, and that's actually where I started at New Road, Worcestershire, against Warwickshire. So hopefully I will be back if they'll have me at some point, but at the moment it is my last day.
That's what Clive's saying. Is this one's left alone outside the off stump by Fisher and taken by Davis away to his right hand side. Wow, it's richly deserved, Clive. I thought when you said Frank Lampard had presented you with a shirt, I was thinking, has he presented you with one of his?
No, that probably would go on eBay, wouldn't it?
But the full squad have signed the Coventry shirt for Clive, quite rightly. Tomorrow night, Sunderland.
Yeah, be a big one, that.
Yep. In over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby, and it's worked into the leg side by Fisher, but the single is turned down by Foakes, so he's on strike for the start of the next over. 492 for 9, Surrey. Trail by 173, the partnership worth 146.
Martin Emerson will be anxious about that one.
He will be.
Durham commentator, a Sunderland fan.
He'll be there, I would have thought.
There's a good chance.
Yes.
He will be, yeah. Yes. Sunderland 2-1 up for the first leg. Coventry certainly haven't given it up. Where are we with records here now then? What's his partnership now?
Four more, Clive. 4 more for the record against Warwickshire.
By anybody,
and then the record overall ever for Surrey is 173. Yes, but in the last 30 years, they've broken it.
In comes Ethan Bamber. That's a bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside by Foakes. I mean, they would have broken all the records if they'd taken all the runs they've turned down, wouldn't
Yes,
they?
exactly. Well, that's the other thing. Foakes could be on 300 by now.
It could be, yeah. 492 for 9 is a clear best for Ben Foakes, as Jeff pointed out to us earlier. So, big for him. I suppose he's thinking now, first double century of his career, maybe. Bamber comes in to bowl. That's left, there's no run. What we do want is all records and all landmarks to be out of the way by 10 to 5.
Yes.
We don't particularly want them carrying on after then, just to break another record.
I'll be honest with you, neither of those two would know about them anyway,
Well,
so
no, that's true.
you'd be fine.
And hopefully Warwickshire's bowling rate is up to scratch, and they don't have to suddenly get a dozen quick overs to spin in to get it.
Although they've had quite a lot of spin,
I think
and we have been out there for 170 overs as well.
Yeah. Bamber bowls, and that's played to a point by Foakes. There's no run. I mean, I trust Surrey's is okay from the first innings, because that might complicate things if it's not.
Yeah, I'm sure they've had a message if it isn't.
Yeah.
But I always say with the scorers, I'd love them to do my accounts because they always just about get it right, don't they? Somehow comes back down to naught.
In comes Bamber to bowl. Right, whatever, that's played that into the gully. There's no run. When I did a couple of years covering Yorkshire media used to tease John Potter, the Yorkshire scorer. He took
Potter.
great exception at the suggestion that they always seem to find a way to.
Well, they do a brilliant job, but there are times where you're sort of -2 behind the rate, and someone comes on and bowls one over a spin, and all of a sudden you're back to naught, and it's like, wow, we whistled through that over. But it's all part of the fun, isn't it?
Feel well spread out. Now I'm not quite sure to what end really. Maybe just want to put themselves out of their misery and. Oh, that was a good delivery from Bamber, which kept a bit low. Folks stretching for it.
I think
misses it.
Yeah, good job that it wasn't straight. For Ethan Bamber.
There's a few hardy souls in the crowd. I mean, some people just enjoy watching the cricket, don't they? Even when there's nothing really riding on it. It's a nice way to pass the time.
That gentleman's taking his shirt off. It was about 11:30 this morning. He hasn't moved.
Well, I hope he's got
stood
plenty
watching.
of suntan lotion on. This next one is a bit of an inside edge out to mid-wicket. No run. 492 for 9. The deficit is 173.
That's a maiden over from Bamber.
That's the wicket. So he'll be frustrated there, Ethan Bamber. Unlucky. Talking of frustration, Yorkshire continue to be frustrated by Essex, who haven't lost a wicket all day. I don't think Essex can realistically win, because they still need 354 from 47 overs. Is it? No, probably not. But they are making it very difficult for Yorkshire to win. Still 4 wickets down at Chelmsford.
Pepper and Critchley. They started.
Pepper 59, Critchley 45.
Good effort that. It's Hannon Dalby from the City End is into Matt Fisher. It's down the leg side. Fisher gets nothing on it, and it's taken by Captain Davis, moving away to his left-hand side.
And a good, not suggesting you go and listen to a different match, but a good game at Hove currently. Well, Fisher making a fifth. They have lost a 6th wicket. So they are now 256 for 6. No, they're not. Scrub that. 241 for 6. Which means they need another. How many do they need? Where is it? 120 to win.
Oh, that is a good game. As Hannah Dalby's in, and this one's left very wide outside the off stump by Fisher. Taken by Davis, moving in front of Latham at first slip.
And Jake Libby's 137 not out.
Oh, that is a good game of cricket.
Yeah, it is.
I doubt it's as tense as it is here, though, where we're still sat on a partnership of 146 between Fisher and Foakes. And if they could get past that follow-on, that would be a heck of an effort from these two. However good the batting surface is. As in over the wicket once again goes Helen Dalby. Went back of a length at Fisher, and I think he sort of instinctively just pushed the bat at it there. And then he's just practicing letting it go again. But as I say, he's worked so hard on his batting over the winter. His highest first-class score is 88. Matt Fisher.
Well, it's concentration, isn't it? Even on a
Absolutely.
good batting pitch, you've still got to be able to. It shows very impressive levels of concentration.
Yeah, because when they came together yesterday, 346 for 9. And they've been together for over 50 overs now, as this one's turned into the leg side by Fisher. Rolls into Kai Smith in there at short mid-wicket. I think actually getting past the follow-on is academic now, in the fact that I don't think Davies would enforce it. But if they could do it sort of as a feather in the cap, it'd be a terrific effort. It really would. Ollie Hannon-Dalby now into his 25th over. Picked up the wicket of Cameron Steele with probably the ball of the game yesterday. Nipping one back and hitting the leg stump of Cameron Steele. Played very nicely as Hannon-Dalby is in and Fisher is forcing off the back foot. They don't take the single. So Ed Barnard comes around to do the fielding. And there is no run. There's a lot of runs in this game. So 665 at the moment. He's playing 492. And we haven't even got into the second innings yet. We're still in the first innings of this. So that is a grand total of 1,157 runs we've had over the 4 days for the loss of 14 wickets.
Yes.
As over the wicket once again goes Hannon-Dalby, and Fisher is digging this one out. So back-to-back maidens here. And, well, it's still stuck on 146, so still 4 away from the record. Well, absolutely. Maybe Warwickshire's bowlers are thinking we don't want to concede that record. Keep it as tight as we can. He's very tense, Kevin Howes, away to our left. He is transfixed by this at the moment. He had fish for lunch. Kevin Howes. Very nicely looked too.
Himself, I think.
Yeah, it's a big old. It's been like Moby Dick on a plate.
Ethan Bamber comes into bowl to Foakes, who just punches her onto the onside and gets 4 runs. So that equals then the highest last wicket partnership that Warwickshire have ever conceded. 150 is what it is now. Fish 34, Foakes 107.
I thought you said it was 149.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it breaks it. I thought you said that we needed 4 more, but there we are.
There we are. Yeah. Broken it. What a moment.
And we made a bit of a mess of it when they eventually did it. However, they've still got the Surrey all-time record to go for. That's played back to the bowler for no run.
Oh, I'm writing that one down. There you are, Zeus. It was Foakes with a lovely shot off his legs. For 4. There we are. Off to the Holly stand.
Yes, 149 to boycott, Steve. So I can't put a date on it because when I click on the match, I'm asked for a subscription, which unfortunately.
Ah, yes.
There is a code, I think, but I don't know what it is. Hang on. If I'm really quick, I can see it. Bear with. In comes Bamber, and that's played back to the offside. There's no run. Right, let's have a look. Let's see if I can.
So we're now 20. We're now 24 runs away. So it's the record against Warwickshire for the last wicket, and now they're 24 runs away from the record for Surrey in first-class cricket, and they're now also 19 runs away, 20 runs away from avoiding the follow-on.
I think it said 1983 there, but anyway. What have we got now? So that one is driven to mid-off for no run. 496 for 9.
And as I say, I think that the follow-on's now academic, because I don't think, even if a wicket went now, Davis will not be asking his bowlers to go again this afternoon. But if they could get there as a feather in the cap, it'd be a terrific effort. It really would.
It would.
And they're ticking off records left, right and centre at the moment, these two.
Ethan Mamby's 32nd over, still straining for his first wicket. Won't get it there. It's into the ground by Foakes, back into the hands of the bowler, who has gone for only about 2 and over, but hasn't been able to get the wicket.
Well, we said it was going to be tough to take 11 today.
Yeah.
It's proved to be tough to take just 1.
Perhaps the other 10 would have been easy. It's just the first one that's...
I'm not sure they would have been.
Bamber bowls, and that's played into the ground, into the backward point, and it's fielded there. There's no run, fielded by Rob Yates.
It's a nice little feather to have in the cap, though. That record last wicket partnership against Warwickshire now in all first-class cricket, and they're closing in on the all-time record for Surrey in first-class cricket.
So I never get terribly excited about record stand v somebody.
Yeah, but overall,
for
it is
the team's little
Can I say that you are the consummate broadcasting professional, and we're hearing that from you, but you are. But so far with I've completely got it wrong with my one in the 30 years span, and then I'm not sure we sold that one terribly well. So we've now got the 174.
Yeah.
As forward goes Fisher and just opens the face and guides this one down towards third man.
Oh, when's the point when they stop ballers not taking this thing? You might as well take it now, surely.
Well, this is, yes, we sort of discussed that very early on this morning, didn't we? And yes.
I think Matt Fisher might have come. He's just come down the pitch to Ben Foakes. He said, "Come on, Ben, mate, we're there now."
Well, as I said, Foakes could be on 350 by now. No,
let me have the run.
They've done it very well so far. Fisher's played with great discipline. And as I say, he's worked very, very hard on his batting.
It's also a bit baffling because that was the first ball of the over. Why didn't they take it there?
I don't know. Hannah Dalby's in. This is clipped into the leg side by Fisher. And there's no run. Well, I think all the bowlers deserve a lot of credit in this game because they've kept going. Surrey's bowlers kept going. Warwickshire's bowlers have kept going. It's been very hard work. It really has.
Yeah, it has.
I think as well from...
I don't think the bowler's been bad from either side, is it?
No, not at all. I think, well, if you bowl badly on here, could have been facing 3,000. In over the wicket comes Hannah Dalby. That's hitting the pads of Fisher. That runs away into the leg side, and they'll get a leg by. That'll be one more to the total.
Nor have there been a lot of chances put down either. It's not like, you know, opportunities to be missed.
No, it's just been one of those games where the bat has absolutely dominated the ball, apart from a couple of passages of play yesterday. As Foakes comes back on to strike on 34. 174, apologies. As over the wicket comes Hannah Dalby to Ben Foakes, and Foakes shot drives down the ground. Won't get a run because Bo Webster's there. He's played some gorgeous shots as well as Ben Foakes. And as I say, the way he played yesterday was very important because Surrey had a couple of wobbles, got themselves into a pickle, but he just steadily has guided them out of that. And Surrey now 3 runs away from 500. Ollie Hannah Dalby, couple of deliveries left in the over. Tall man, of course, Hannah Dalby, 6'8". As over the wicket he comes, and Foakes is up on his toes and pushes this one out towards Yates. He gets round to his right to do the fielding, and there's no run.
If you remember in the COVID year, they had that rule, didn't they, where you had to declare after 100 overs, which I don't think worked. I hated it. I thought it just ended up being profoundly unfair. But I suppose in this match it might have made it
It would.
more interesting game.
Do you know, I'd completely forgotten about that. I had completely forgotten that was brought in for the Bob Willis Trophy. Last ball of the over then. Hannon Dalby in over the wicket to Foakes, who's covering up, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and a good over again from Ollie Hannon Dalby. 497 for 9, Surrey. Fisher 34, Foakes 174, the partnership 151. And they are 19 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. Ethan Bamber is going to bowl his 33rd over of the piece, because Surrey now 174 overs into this. Of course, Warwickshire batted for 160. So it's been, as I say, very hard work for the bowlers, but both sides have kept going and they bowled to their plans. They've tried everything really, haven't they?
Yeah, and they're still trying. We haven't had the joke bowlers brought on yet.
No, not as yet.
Of course, Warwickshire have lost their prime quotes joke bowler, although I think he took his bowling quite seriously, Michael Burgess. When a match was dead, it was usually him who would take the wicket-keeping gloves off and have a bowl. He wasn't actually that bad.
None of them are that bad.
No. In comes Bamber to bowl, and Fisher punches out, and that's a single out into the deep.
I say that, and I'm going to say something now, and he is a young man I love dearly, and we all love watching him bat, but I did see Ollie Pope bowl one over of leg spin, and it was possibly the worst I've ever seen in a first-class context, and it's never been seen again. So I'm not. Yes, sort of tried to describe it, but it was quite tough.
Alex Davis himself might fancy a ball, but that one is left. The wicketkeeper takes it. 498 for 9. For what it's worth, they need another 18 runs to take the follow-on decision away from Warwickshire. That's probably the best way to put it. And there might be a Warwickshire bowler or two who will not be too upset.
Yes.
If that mark is reached. Bamber bowls, that's left outside off stump, there's no run.
I think we're almost at the point, well, I think we've gone past the point that if Davis did enforce the follow-on, he might be walking out there without any bowlers. And I'm not sure you get them out the dressing room now.
So no wickets for at all so far today. Can these two see it all the way to the close? You begin to wonder whether they might. That's left by Foakes outside off stump.
Well, it's funny in these sorts of contexts where there's not a lot happening. We know what the result's going to be. These two have batted really well. Warwickshire are still pretty good in, but actually you can sort of, in these situations, set yourself a challenge. And I'm pretty sure they both said now it would be a pretty good effort to get through the whole day.
It's an odd field, so we've now got a sort of third slip and then almost two gullies, haven't we? And a point and a fielder on the drive. That's quite wide. He stretched for that, Foakes, and played it to point for no run.
Well, what he's trying to do here is frustrate Foakes by hanging it outside the off stump very wide and just blocking sort of cover point down towards third man, because the only fielder we got on the leg side is Chase Simmons all on his own at mid-on. So he's trying to get him to do something here, like jump across his stumps and go leg side.
Bamber in, and that's left outside off stump. Foakes potentially 26 runs away from a maiden first-class double century.
That's the other thing. I think, you know, the way Foakes has played there, he hasn't gone after anything at this point. So I think these two have said, let's get the side past the follow-on, because that'll be a real tick in the box. And as you say, Foakes is 26 away from first ever double 100. And they won't be aware of the 173, all joking aside. But again, that would be a pretty good thing to go past. Get themselves in the history books and the annals of Surrey cricket. As Fisher settles himself down over his bat. Ollie Hannon-Dalby is coming over the wicket to him, and Fisher plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. So they've got themselves in there against Warwickshire now.
Assuming this ends in a draw. So assume this ends in a draw.
This will end in a draw.
Warwickshire will move on to 79 points. They will be 12 points behind Nottinghamshire, who've already won in this round. So Nottinghamshire will have a 12-point lead at the top of the table. With Surrey a further 8 points behind Warwickshire on 71.
Over the wicket once again. Hannon-Dalby, as solidly forward goes Fisher. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I'm just looking at it, so if Sussex win, they will actually be up to 72, so Surrey will drop a place in that scenario. Only by a point, but they'll be down to 4th. That's if Sussex win, but at the moment, Worcestershire doing their level best. A win for Worcestershire will put them... There'll still be a little bit adrift, to be honest. Is it me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. Hannon-Dalby bowls. That's played onto the onside for no run. That's because Yorkshire will get... It's beginning to look like Yorkshire are going to get 8 points for a draw, because they're getting held up. So they'd be on 53. So they'll move above Somerset. They'll be on 50. 52, yeah, what is Somerset didn't play in this round, did they? That's what's confusing me slightly. So Worcestershire would be 37, they'd be 15 points adrift at the bottom. That's driven from an edge, and just didn't quite carry to Rob Yates, who teased us slightly by tossing the ball up in the air as if he was celebrating a catch, but
it was a good bit of work, wasn't it?
Yeah. Don't get too much rest to players before the next game. Warwickshire's bowlers will hope they have a pitch that's a little bit more responsive for them. Two wins away from home for Warwickshire, but all games at home so far drawn. That's played to mid-on, there's no run. Remain unbeaten though.
From a Surrey perspective, they've got the one win so far against Somerset, and this will be their 4th draw.
So also unbeaten then.
Indeed they are.
Essex still haven't lost a wicket today.
It's a good effort.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, Pepper and Critchley. Dear.
Especially to ball out for 123 in the first innings. So we've got two fielders in that sort of wall position, mid-on and mid-wicket. And Dalby comes into Fisher, who drives that through the covers for 4. And Fisher moves on to 37 to 39, I beg your pardon, and Surrey bring up the 500. 502 for 9.
Yes, that's the 500 up.
So where are we with the partnership now?
Oh, well.
We don't want to get it wrong this time.
No, we don't.
We want to be right on top of it.
I've got it all written down this time because I was looking at the wrong column when we started this. But the 173 is the record between Ducat and I said I'd written it down, Andy Sander. 156 it's worth at the moment. 14 they are away from avoiding the follow-on. Fisher's on 39. Foakes is on 174. That record partnership was back in the 1920s. 1921 against Essex.
Does Phil want a stint here, or is the excitement too much for you?
Phil would love all this.
You're quite happy for us to carry on.
Phil loves all this.
I don't mind, that's fine.
Phil loves all this.
They're beating the door down to get...
Phil's going to...
well, I might do it a bit. I'm all right at the minute.
Phil's going to get us two back to come to the museum and discuss being on air.
Yes,
at that moment of the record partnership.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a change in bowling. Ed Barnard is into the attack to Ben Foakes. Foakes, oh, here we go, letting this one go very wide outside the off stump. So wide is the signal. One more to the total. 503 for 9. 13 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. So we're going to have the same as we had, I think, in the last over from Bamber. Just hiding the ball wide outside the off stump to Foakes, and he's going to do well to thread it through a gap. There we go. He's just going to let it go again. So I think you can see the way that Ben Foakes is playing this at the moment. And as I say, there's sort of these challenges in this for Messrs Foakes and Fisher, really. And it would be a very fine effort to get them past that follow-on. Actually, it would be a very fine effort to bat the whole day. As Barnard, he's in over the wicket to Foakes, who lets another one just go wide outside the off stump.
I was about to say, we're about 45 minutes away from tea, but are we going to be in that ridiculous situation again where we have to bat for another?
We are, because there'll be 9 down.
I think that rule might need tweaking a bit, because I understand it normally, but when the 9th wicket partnership has been going on for as long as this,
although
it does seem a bit pointless.
I'm not sure it is on the last day.
No, I think it is, because it was at lunch, wasn't it? I think
in over the wicket comes Barnard, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
People talk about immovable feast of the last day, but if I understand it, and I may be wrong, I think that just means it doesn't matter how many overs there are to go.
Right, yes.
You always have tea at 3:40.
Yes.
And lunch at 1, well, you have lunch at 1 o'clock anyway, don't you? But tea is at 3:40 on the final day. But I think you can still...
Be a 9 down.
Extend it.
Dear, the caterers won't be happy, will they?
They won't.
As in over the wicket comes Barnard to Foakes, lets it go again outside the off stump.
I think, I don't know if it's still the case, but there was a complicated rule. If you're 8 down, you can go on for 15 minutes to see if a 9th wicket falls, and then you carry on for another 15. Because Jim Trout got caught out by that once. He was part of an 8th wicket pair, and he got to 1 o'clock. Oh, that's great, we've gotten to lunch. Well, just hold out, we'll get to lunch, that's fine. The umpire said, no, sorry, mate, you've got to carry on for another 15 minutes.
Well, half the time, it's the cricketers that don't know any of this stuff. As in over the wicket once again comes Barnard, and this is left alone again by Foakes outside the off stump. So, yes, this is just Warwickshire trying to bore Ben Foakes out at the moment.
Well, like I said earlier today, I think they'll struggle to get him out before the end of the month.
Yeah, I think we could still be here in 3 weeks' time.
Yes, that's right. It's a good job these aren't timeless matches, isn't it?
And he could still be going. As ball in the hands of Barnard once again. In over the wicket he comes. And Foakes lets him go as he holds that one outside the off stump once more. So end of the Barnard over. 503 for 9. Foakes has 174. Fisher's on 39. Great powers of concentration from these two, because it's a warm old day as well. And I think quite rightly they've set themselves the challenge now. I think the first port of call is the 5:16, and then...
Well, Rob Yates is going to have another go to... is it Rob Yates about to bowl? Yeah. He's got to collect his little white disc.
Yes, he is going to have another
I think
bowl.
we're at this stage now. We should see Rob Yates come thundering in and trying to bowl bouncers.
Yes, I'm not sure he'd want to.
No, I wouldn't think
really. So. That's the other thing here. I think we're almost at the point as well where Davis is going to been lacking volunteers soon. He may have to become quite adamant.
5:03 for 9. Slip on a forward short leg. Oh, it's been a wicketless day so far. Yates bowls and has played the backward point. There's no run. Bit of shouting going. You have reached a stage of the day where the players have to be a little bit careful, because I think some of the comments you shout will just start annoying the bowlers.
Yes, I think.
The next one, next ball.
Yeah.
Oh, do shut
Still
up.
in it, lads.
Yates comes into bowl, and that's played down to the ground to a short leg.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it? Because you probably started this morning with just one more, fellas, just one more at sort of 10 past, and we're at 3 o'clock now.
Quicker ball from Yates. It's pushed down the offside for no run.
Yeah, and I think from a Fisher point of view as well here, he's, as I say, he's worked so hard on his batting, and he's showing the application, isn't he?
He is. He's done a terrific job. That's given a bit of air. It's pushed out to the offside for a single. Yeah, they're not tail-enders anymore. They're lower order batters.
Absolutely.
5:04 for 9.
Their runs can be absolutely critical, can't they, during the course of a season, or well, this one's a bit different, obviously, because they've just batted really well on a good batting pitch, but you sometimes get those ones where the ball is nipping around, and you know, your lower order do a really good job keeping players company who may be near milestones.
Yates in. Upper sleeve, but wide of a short leg by Foakes, who is still 174. He's been sort of stranded around that figure for a while, but he must be thinking a chance here to do what he's never done before and score a double century in first-class cricket.
Well, they're hard to come by.
I won't get a better chance, really. Four fielders sort of inside the circle, if we had one, on the leg side. Oh, it's going down the leg side, and it's missed by Foakes. It comes off Alex Davis's gloves, and it's grabbed in the air by Tom Latham. Had it come off an edge, that would have been quite an entertaining catch, but it didn't. So 5:04 for 9, and we're getting some drinks on now, which are well earned by the batters in particular.
Very much so. And this is sort of reminding me a little bit, we were talking about it, of Hannon Dalby's.
Yes. Well, that's what he's sort of become expert at, is just making it very difficult to get him out, and that can be really useful if you've got a senior batter at the other end. And that's what happened a couple of times, actually, when he partnered Michael Burgess. Burgess would hit all parts of the ground, not worry if Hannon Dalby had 2 or 3 balls to face, and Ollie would just try and keep them out.
And I still say it was a leg by.
Yes, he was a bit.
I bet he was.
By that,
yes.
Yeah. Must be the first time anyone was arguing with the umpire.
But actually
no, it's not a run, it's a leg by.
Yeah, it was disappointing, I remember. As Barnard from the pavilion end is coming over the wicket to Fisher. Short one. Fisher just sways inside it. And taken by Davis. Moving away to his right-hand side. Barnard has had a very good game.
Yes, career best for him off the bat.
And got the wicket of Rory Burns as well. Yeah. On that second evening. Barnard is over the wicket once more. Fisher's had a near ball. Has he got an edge? Yes, he has. Would you believe it? And Barnard's taken the wicket of Matt Fisher, but what a fine effort that has been by Fisher and Foakes. 504 all out. Surrey trailed by 161. So if he wanted to enforce the follow on, he could.
It's a signal we made by the umpire. I have no idea what that meant.
No, I wasn't.
But
But well, I would be surprised if he did.
Well, 10 more wickets to get.
10 to get.
45 overs or 43 overs left.
Well, it would take a miracle. But well played, Ben Foakes. 174. Fisher making 40. And their partnership 158. So Sandham and Ducat, their record remains. But it is a record last wicket partnership against Warwickshire.
Just going to do an update in a few seconds' time. So Warwickshire's first innings lead, 161. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have been frustrated on the final day of their county championship match against Surrey. Feeling they had some sort of chance at the start of the day to win, they have been stopped by Surrey's last wicket pair. They have finally broken them up though. Surrey all out for 504, trailing by 161, so in theory Alex Davis can enforce a follow on. Not sure he'll bother now because it will just mean more hard work for his bowlers with very little chance of winning the game. But Ben Foakes, a career best 174 not out, batted brilliantly. He was supported by Matt Fisher, who faced 145 balls at number 11 for his 40 runs before Ed Barnard finally got his edge to have him caught behind, giving Barnard 2 wickets in the innings. We have got 43 overs left in the day. In theory, Warwickshire need 10 wickets if they do enforce a follow-on, but a draw looks all but certain. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. Well, that was far too long, but never mind. There we go. So we might as well have a short breakette, and we'll be back. welcome back to Edgbaston, where I suppose you have to admire their refusal to give up. But Warwickshire having forced to follow on here. And they're in a huddle now saying, just 10 wickets, lads. I know it took us nearly 2 sessions to get the last Surrey wicket in the first innings, but just 10 wickets, 10 great balls to win the game. Well, I always say it. I remember Dennis Smith when he was manager of West Bromwich Albion, when the press were desperate to try and get him to admit the team weren't going to make the playoffs. He said, what is the point in me saying that? What is the point in me giving up? We don't get anything for giving up, do we? So that's probably their attitude here.
Well, very, very impressive, especially from the bowlers here.
Yeah, well, yes. It'll be interesting to see who does bowl. They might, or how long they bowl. I suspect we'll see brief spells from the main bowlers.
Well, I think probably what they've said is, if we could pick up one of these two very early,
yeah,
and just cause a bit of a headache, that'll have been the chat. So Sibley and Burns are back out there now. So follow on in 4. So it means that Surrey trail still by 161.
Well, we've got 43 overs left.
Yes,
so they will have to bat pretty much all of those, won't they, to wipe that out?
Yes, absolutely.
Which means we could be here till after 6.
Yeah, or I think, to be honest with you, Clive, if they're 60 odd without loss and nothing's really happened.
At 10 to 5.
Yeah,
yes,
I think.
And where are we? We're only about 25 minutes away from tea.
Where we are.
Which might be another reason why they decided to force the fall. Well, we've only got 25 minutes to bowl to the tea.
Totally. Well, look, I'm sure Davis had said to his bowlers, do you fancy it? That's the way it normally works. And they'd have gone, we'll give it a go for 25. We'll go and bend our backs for 25 minutes before tea. So good for Warwickshire here.
It's when you've got a young attack, they're eager and keen. So Bamber comes into Rory Burns round the wicket, and Burns leaves. There's inevitable shouts. And new ball, of course, start of the innings. And at least for a while, Warwickshire will be up on their toes, shouting everything that just misses and that sort of thing. Bamber round the wicket, bowls. Oh, that was off a bit of an edge, and it's he's got it. He's played it down well. Burns past second slip. He's going to get a couple of runs. So nipped up at him, hit him quite high on the bat.
Yeah, played it very well. Very, very well. Nicely bowled by Bamber.
We're still looking for a wicket in this match. At least he still has a chance of getting a wicket before the end of the contest. Bamber comes into bowl to Burns. Ooh, leaves that one. Taken by Alex Davies.
Well, I would have thought it will be Hannon Dalby, but I'd love to see Shay Simmons get a go with the new ball from the City end.
Just thinking it won't be a 10 to 5 finish, because obviously Surrey can't declare.
No,
if they declare, they'll lose the game.
Yes, no, I think yes, they can
it
still.
Might be 5 o'clock.
Yes, exactly.
Bamber comes into bowl, and that's pushed out to square leg for no run. Zen Malik is quickly onto it to field it.
I can't remember what it was. The conversation was yesterday, but it was something about sort of cricketing mistakes that you could live to regret. But I was remembering dear Sean Pollock reading the wrong column.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
That was a World Cup game, wasn't it? in the Duckworth Lewis.
Yeah.
That must have
I
been
think there's been a few of those over the years.
Well, they've got that now. They've got the short gully in for the ball that pops with the helmet on now.
Bamber to Burns, who leaves that one. Davis dives to his right and takes it well. Well, at least we've got into the third innings of the match.
Yes, we have. We have.
What was the time? We did wonder whether we'd only have 2 innings in the game.
I'm pleased for the umpires as well, because they get a different view of the ground now. for the last afternoon.
There's a handful of people still on the ground. Tell you what, if Warwickshire do end up doing something spectacular, those spectators will feel a bit smug for having stayed. That's a no ball by Bamber. It's driven to mid-off, so 2 onto the total. 4 without loss.
That gentleman who's always in that seat in the back of the Holly stand. He's there again today. No sign of this thunderstorm either.
No.
Which is a good thing. Driving back tonight, don't really want to be driving through a thunderstorm.
Bamber balls, that's defended. Bamber fields of his own bowling, no run. 4 without loss. Surrey in their second innings, they trail by 157. We have 42 overs scheduled left in the day.
Yes, and Ollie Halland-Dalby is going to get us started from the city end of the ground. I noticed that Phil Britt has stayed very quiet at the back of the box here. He's hoping we don't notice he's in the room. There's Halland-Dalby. We'll be bowling at Dom Sibley. Snipping a gully.
Well, I think the biggest surprise of this match was the moment Dom Sibley got out.
Yes, I think it was.
He looked as if he was there for the duration.
Yep. I think he was surprised. Well, he's on strike now, getting ready for his first ball of this Surrey second innings. Ollie Halland-Dalby is coming right arm over the wicket to Sibley, and he's letting his first ball go. Outside his off stump. It's taken by Alex Davis, moving away to his right hand side. Sibley marches off towards square leg. Yes, it's been a tough old game for all the bowlers. It really has. And they've put it in. Both sides. Bowlers have never stopped giving it a go. Halland-Dalby is in. It's down the leg side, and Sibley gets nothing on this.
Well, I spoke to Sam Hain last night at the end of play, and I mean, his kit was in a state of green all over his shirt, red from the ball all over his trousers. And he was saying how tough it was, and he didn't have to bowl.
Yeah. It's been a bit tougher so far today as well. Just the 1 wicket so far. Barnard finishing off that Surrey first innings. Right-handed Sibley is getting off the mark in typical Sibley fashion. Just on his legs, turns the wrists, absolutely flies off to the boundary rope for 4. So Sibley off the mark with a boundary, and Surrey at 8 without loss, following on, trailing by 153.
So this is the second time in as many seasons that Warwickshire have made a team follow on after they scored 500 plus. I think when they did it to Durham, which is about 517, it was some sort of record last season. So here they are enforcing it after somebody made 504.
Sibley waits again. Halland-Dalby is in, and Sibley forward he comes, just pushes into the leg side. Bowood Webster doing the fielding.
They weren't a million miles away from beating Durham in that game. Now they got 6 wickets down. They felt 1 or 2 other things could have gone their way. Worcestershire have lost the 7th wicket, but it's not Jake Libby, crucially. So they're 286 for 7, need 75 more to beat Sussex, with Libby 167 not out.
It's a good game.
Very good game.
That's at Hove, isn't it? Yes.
At Hove.
Very good game.
And Warwickshire's bowlers might be comforted to know they've got 1 more wicket today than Yorkshire have managed at Chelmsford.
Yeah,
Essex are still 4 down.
Good effort from Messrs Critchley and Pepper. Down the
mean, they aren't scoring runs. That must be thrilling.
Yes.
Because they're not scoring runs.
No, but they're hanging in there.
They're hanging in there.
Sibley. Ready now. He was just doing a bit of gardening there. Something had blown onto the pitches. He's letting this one go from Hannon Dorby. Outside is off stump. And that's taken away to his right by Davis. Chatting that slip. Corden. Turning once again is Ollie Hannon-Dorby. Forward goes the right-handed Sibley, turns this one into the leg side. That rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over, 8 without loss then. Burns to Sibley 4. And tidy first over from Oliver Hannon-Dorby. And Ethan Bamber will continue from the pavilion end.
Only 2 second division games in this round, both completed yesterday. It means everyone in the second division has played 5 games. And would you know it, first and second are Leicestershire and Derbyshire.
Yes.
Leicestershire with 3 wins, no defeats. They've actually got a 21-point lead, Leicestershire. So fairly early days, but that's a big lead they've got. Derbyshire second. Lancashire propping up the table, 1 point behind Gloucestershire, 2 behind Glamorgan, so it is close down the bottom. Bamber comes into bowl to Burns, and leaves that one outside off stump, and there's no run. Luckily for Lancashire, Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, there's no third division to fall into.
Well, Ian Holland's been a terrific signing for Leicestershire, hasn't he? And Alfonso Thomas has sort of got his side together and playing.
Briefly off this parish, Alfonso Thomas.
Yeah.
Some T20 cricket for the Bears.
Very good coach, as you'll see.
Bamber to Burns, 8 without loss. Sun shining again, so no cloud covering to help the bowlers. That one's left well outside off stump.
It is a warm day today, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, you do feel that Warwickshire probably decided, well, look, we'll give it one big burst early on, but if it doesn't happen fairly early on, I don't think it'll be long before they start cutting corners, so to speak, and getting occasional bowlers on and not pushing their main frontline bowlers too hard unless they get a couple of wickets. Keeps them believing. Bamber around the wicket to Burns. Burns drops bat on that. He'll feel he missed out somewhat in the first innings, Burns, in the context of the match. He was first out for 27 in the Surrey first innings. Sibley made 64 of 199 balls. Only 1 century in the end in that Surrey innings. It was a big century. Ben Foakes 174 not out. Bamber bowls, and that's played back to there's no run. In terms of the Warwickshire wicket takers, Rob Yates finished top wicket taker, 3 for 124. Chase Simmons was 2 for 86. Bo Webster 2 for 88. Ed Barnard 2 for 47, having taken the last wicket of the innings. Ollie Hannon-Dorby, the other wicket taker, 1 for 44. And after what you said in the first innings, we've now had, or before this innings, we had 1,169 runs, of which only 2 have been byes. That one is pushed into the onside, there's no run.
Good effort from Davis and Foakes.
Yeah, Davis conceded the only 2 byes that we've had.
I think as well, the other thing that would be interesting is, I think both sides of it, with a very short boundary, and I know at the end there with Fisher and they're turning runs down and all that good stuff, but actually with the numbers of runs we've had, the percentage of boundaries hasn't been huge.
No, it hasn't. That's driven out to the offside for a single by Burns, open face on the bat.
I did do the adding up on the first innings.
And we've had 9 sixes, which is quite a lot in a championship match, but given that one of the boundaries is so short and there'll be so many runs in it, it's not perhaps as many as you might have expected.
Well, in that Warwickshire innings, it was 286 in 4s and 6s off the bat, out of 665. So it's not a bad effort, that.
'67 4s in the Surrey innings.
Yep, so 67.
240, 268?
268, yes.
Plus the 24 in the 6s.
Okay, so that's 12, 6, 7, 8, 9, 292 out of 504.
So a slightly higher ratio.
Yeah, but it's still a good effort.
Yeah, they scored at a slower rate.
Hannon Dalby it is. Into Burns for the first time from the Birmingham end, and Burns is forward, playing this up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So Burns making his way towards square leg for a little bit of a wander and a clearing of his head. 10 minutes until tea. As Hannon Dalby into Burns. Burns is driving up towards mid-off.
I fear it's going to be heartbreak for Worcestershire, because Jake Libby is now out for 167. So they're 286 for 8, still needing 75 to win, with 2 new lower order batters at the crease.
It's a very good effort from Libby, though.
Indeed. It's got to the stage of the Essex scores. I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether it's been updated or not.
They're just,
the score remains the same.
Just getting through each over. Critchley and Pepper. Hannon Dalby into Burns from around the wicket, and forward goes Burns and plays this one out towards Barnard.
I mean, Dom Sibley, eat your heart out. Matt Critchley, 68 not out of 233 balls.
Good effort.
Michael Pepper, 65 not out of 215.
Well, they're doing a job.
They are.
For the home side there at Chelmsford. Haven't got off to the sort of start I was expecting Essex this season.
No.
Of course, they've lost Cook to England now. As Burns drives, nice looking shot, get a single. So more to Burns. Good tumbling stop from Ethan Bamber. So yeah, Sam Cook, I'm pretty sure they'll give him a game.
Well, Essex
debut.
Yeah, Essex I think are up to, will be 5th in the table, assuming they draw that, which they haven't quite done yet, but and they'll be 30 points behind the leaders, Nottinghamshire.
Well, Nottinghamshire really setting the tone at the moment, aren't they?
They are.
In Division 1 with 2 games to go in this first block of 7. And Dalby is into Sibley. Sibley's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. And then the old coloured clothes will come out. For T20 cricket. Then I think, what have we got? Another couple of championship games in the sort of middle of T20, I think. Always gets a little confusing. I think there's 4 in September as well, isn't there?
Well, the one year, you know what, it worked out really well for it changed Warwickshire history in some ways. The fact they had championship games during the T20. I'll explain that in a moment.
Hannon Dalby is in, and Sibley's forcing off the back foot straight out towards cover point. Guy Smith does the fielding, the end of the over, and Surrey following on 10 without loss.
Because they signed Jitan Patel as overseas player for the T20. No real thought about having him for red ball cricket, but because they had a couple of games, I think they had 3 games during the T20 competition, and their other overseas option had fallen through for whatever reason, they thought, well, he might as well play in that. He did so well on the back of that, they signed him for the following season. He went on to have a stellar career.
It's amazing.
With Warwickshire. Might not have happened if they didn't have championship matches during that spell.
And now the England bowling coach, isn't he? He's been bowling coach.
Yeah, indeed. Ed Barnard into Rory Burns around the wicket. Which is up driven. Nice shot for nothing. It'll be cut off by Sam Hain. Wearing a white sun hat, Sam Hain.
Got a very short haircut.
Yes.
There isn't much of it left.
No.
Probably very sensible in this weather, though.
Got married in the winter out in Australia. Barnard bowls, he leans back, Burns, he's beaten the dive of a fielder inside the circle. It'll be Hain, will have to jog around and stop it. Not before Rory Burns has taken a single. He's on to 5-11 without loss. Deficit now 150. It's more about the overs remaining. If they can get that down to sort of 20-ish without these two being split up, then it'll probably be time to go home.
About 5 minutes till tea.
Yeah. So he's got 4 fielders on the leg side for Dom Sibley. Did have one on the mid-wicket boundary, but he's now just been called up to come in closer. Back a square leg boundary, and then 2 fielders sort of halfway up that leg side, and a mid-on as well. It's going to slip in a gully. That's hit off his toes to Kai Smith, who just come from the boundary to take that position and fields it. There's no run. Polishes the ball, Barnard. Jogs in. And comes off, certainly pad. Did it come off bat and pad? We'll soon find out, because it's gone to the long leg boundary for what is signalled as 4 leg byes.
Yeah, that whistled away, didn't it? He's got his line slightly wrong there. The other thing about being in the test match box, the test match special box is all the photos.
Yes.
And sort of lots of Alex Stewart there, big marks. Jonathan Agnew. I'm not sure about the Dan Norcross one. Away to our left.
This next one is level. A good lead from Sibley.
It's Jeffrey
yes. They all seem to be having a jolly good time, don't they?
Oh, do well. They look like they were taken at the 100,000th test anniversary in 2018.
With a cake there.
Oh, yeah, very nice photos. And then there's Brian Johnson at the back there.
Yeah, that's right. There's a different picture of the 4 of them, isn't there? Yep. Brian Johnson, Trevor Bailey.
Very young Henry Blofeld out there, isn't he?
That's well down the leg side. And taken by Alex Davis. End of the over. 15 without loss.
Right, nice photos.
Yeah.
Around the ground.
Don Mosley, that's the name I was trying to conjure into my brain. There we go, that's him, isn't it?
Wow, we're into spin territory now. So Mrs. Hannondorby and Bamber have given it a go, but now we're going to Rob Yates, who's got a new ball to bowl with here as well. Rory Burns will be on strike. Oh, now it's a good spot this from Kevin Howes. The ground staff are stood by the hopper cover. Now, mate,
Well, there is one grey cloud over. It doesn't look like that's going to deposit anything on us.
No, but I
Maybe
can't
there's some
believe.
coming elsewhere.
I don't really understand the weather, but I can't believe there's a thunderstorm in that one cloud. So
there may be some more coming from over the back.
It's a very good spot. In fact, I'm sure Phil won't mind. I'm going to borrow his binoculars here, just to see how. A couple of the ground stuff. Yeah, they're definitely getting it all ready. All that's coming off.
They are coming off. Rain delay. They've got rain delay on the scoreboard nice and quickly.
That has all happened
so there we
very
are.
quickly.
So
there we are.
Rain has stopped. Rain has denied Warwickshire victory here at Edgbaston.
It actually is raining. This is it. This is what they talked about. The players are sprinting off.
Yeah, they can't wait.
Well, exactly. They're like a rat up a drain pipe. But well, there we are. Whether we ever get back out there again, I don't know. But yes, so well spotted Kevin House, because he pointed to the ground stuff. That's why he is here. He spots things we don't. Now it's pouring with rain.
It is. So we will, we'll obviously stay here until we... Let me just point you to 2 matches still going on. If you want to go and listen, it's a good finish at home. Though Sussex are looking favourites now, but they are still continuing there. And there's a war of attrition at Chelmsford between Yorkshire and Essex as well. But here, with Surrey, 50 without... It's come up as T, of course, which it will be now. But they're 15 without loss, 146 behind Warwickshire. Rain has stopped playing. The only player that hasn't raced off to get to the change as quickly as possible is Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's casually walking in the rain, doesn't mind getting a bit wet.
Well, I suppose the rain gets to his head quicker than everybody else's, because he's the tallest, isn't he? So
anyway, there we are. So we will be back as an if and when. If not, then thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for having me for so long, and we'll see you again soon. Welcome back. We've only just come back actually to tell you that we're done for the day. The umpires went out there, I suppose showed a bit of, well, the body language suggests that they basically called the captains out and said, look, do you actually want to carry on? Because we probably could get some play if you really want to. And they said, no, it's fine. Shook hands. And the game ends in a draw.
I think that's fair enough, isn't it, really? I think there was absolutely no way even you and I could have come up with a scenario that